Thank you for joining. We're going to have this conversation today because I really hate how everyone on this app likes to badger people. Purpose and electrified by my passion. I like that affirmation. That's nice. This is whose reminder to go to sleep. This must be your reminder to go to sleep. This is what I do. Have a good evening. Those who would like to come in and talk, please come in and talk about your belief system. You too are ex-Christian. What made you leave Christianity? If anyone will, hi, you're a heritage witch? Awesome. I allow people of all belief systems to come in and speak on how they feel. So please don't ever feel that you will be bullied in my lives. We dismiss bullies of any kind. So come on in, come on in, come on in. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. If you would like to hit the request button at the guest section, and be a part of the live and express how you feel or ask me any questions, you are more than welcome to do so, and I will let you in. Come on in, come on in. Those of you all, yeah, Christianity is pretty cool. I am an ex-Christian, yes. However, Christianity is pretty cool. Some of the other religions are cool as well. The people, just had a live I got out of, and the Christians that were in the comments were very disrespectful in the way that they spoke about me because I chose to speak about my awakenedness and my feelings and things of that nature, and I don't like that. So we're gonna have this conversation today. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Tap the screen, send as many likes and loves as you can. Let's get some people in here who would like to give their view. Those of you who were born witches, were you raised like this from like your mother, your father, grandmother? Talk to me about it. Tell me how you feel. If you have over 1,000 followers or you are in other countries, some countries will allow you in at 500. Please come on in. Tell me how you feel. Yeah, I detest that. And like, I no hate speech allowed, right? I don't do hate speech, but I really it's so disgusting because your belief system says you're supposed to do something a particular way. And this is how you choose to talk to people. No one taught me but God. Okay, okay, awesome. That's beautiful. Come on in, guys. I'm grabbing some of my definitions because people like to come in and talk about things, and I want to make sure I have my definitions for those people who like to be special. Number one, if you're joining today, I am a spiritual life coach. I do help people with deconstruction. Yes, I'm about peace and love. I'm not going to even lie to you. I don't have time for the extras. Hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Yes, thank you. Religion is an extreme tool for everything that they personally decide to do. It's just it's religion is a control mechanism, okay? It's a control mechanism. And I'm not gonna say that a person is wrong for having their spiritual belief system. What I am going to say is that people should question what they believe in more. Um, you should do your research and question before just believing wholeheartedly in something. Hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Please come on in. Come on in. I want to make sure we have a clear and concise conversation. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I want people to come in and tell how they believe without feeling like they just they're going to get badgered for their belief system. I detest people being badgered for thinking different. I have no right to tell you what's right or wrong. That's not my place. If it was my place, I would be God, right? So who has the right to tell someone what's right or wrong? Yes, religion was created to control the mind of the people. Religion is actually a deception. It filters worship from pagan. Yes. Yes, and my research led me down that path. Yes, come on in. Listen, if you have 1,000 followers and you would like to come in and tell how you feel, please do. Um, please do. Come on in. Religion keeps people in their lower shock. Yes, it does. And chakras is about energy. It is an energy system that has literally nothing to do with religion. The Asians, the Japanese, certain other cultures have been dealing with energy for years. Um, Energy is very, very real. And you don't have to believe in a religious belief system to understand energy. I think mankind has twisted the words of the Bible to fit their agenda. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that that is the ongoing problem in the world. When you find and you see people out here, they are hurting people. And if listen, for the one who said, I believe in God and Jesus has saved you, hey, that's perfectly fine, right? Because what saved you, that particular belief system may have hurt someone else, right? And so that's why we have so many different religions and so many different belief systems, because what does better for one may have harmed and almost killed another. I probably can't say that word on TikTok. Oft another. And so it's okay for everyone to have a different belief system. You should not be harming and mistreating people because of your belief system. The Bible is coded for Freemasons. Now that I did not know. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Freemasons was very popular down in my hometown. I'm learning a little bit more about my heritage as we speak. Before I got on this live, I was actually reading a book about what happened in New Orleans, Louisiana, and how Christianity came in and forced the African American people to stop believing in Yoruba, stop believing in their original religion of voodoo. And so they had to hide their belief system by incorporating Christianity and Catholicism to live. So I just finished learning about that. And that was a very interesting book that I'm reading at the moment. I believe we don't know shit, and that is ridiculous. People claim to know. You know, hey, being of light, being of light. I ain't mad at you. Even though I'm a spiritual life coach and I'm a spiritualist, I ain't mad at you. I feel believe that everyone's belief system in a particular spiritual being or a way of life or whatever it is, I believe that those feelings are, subjective. Everyone's experience is different. So yeah, everyone, what everyone claims to believe is what they claim to believe. Give me just a second here. I'm sorry, I don't allow trolls in my live. If you would like to come up and speak, please come up and speak how you feel. If you're going to spew your scriptures in the comments, I'm just I'm gonna remove you. Please come in and have a conversation. This isn't a live to come and bully people. My lives don't do that. Okay. So we're not bullying anyone in this live. What made me turn? So here was the thing for me. Originally born in New Orleans, Louisiana, my dad being a pastor, he basically kind of forced me into religion. Like, I was born and raised into it. So what made me turn was a lot of things. My research to find out how thousands and hundreds of thousands of people who believed in spirituality were offed because of their belief system from Christianity. Coming from New Orleans, Louisiana, my ancestors were slaves. And now that I'm finding out a lot of my research. And so to find out the things that happen to people of color, and how Mormon and Christianity pretty much told you that your skin color was cursed, and that you did not belong or could not be a part of the hierarchy because of your skin color, that was a problem for me. That should actually never be something that anyone should say. Like, I should never tell a person who does not have color that they're cursed because they're light skinned or because they're lighter than us because they have no melanin. Just like they should never tell a person of melanin that they're cursed because they have melanin. It was a lot of things. On top of being when I was a first lady, I was a minister's wife for 8 years. I left from a lot of the mistreatment that people received in the church. Huh? Oh, yay! I'm only gonna eat one piece of it. Okay. So there was many reasons why I left the church. Many reasons. I can't even begin to explain, from the research to watching my ex-husband and his best friend bamboozle a lot of the people in the church and a lot of the other pastors, money laundering and mistreating people and sleeping with all of the congregation. And these are the people that we're supposed to follow after. It was something that did not work for me. Because you can't sit up here and mistreat people in the name of a God or a Bible or whatever. I don't care what religion it is. And then, think we're supposed to follow after you. Yes, spirituality did get stolen. Because coming from New Orleans, Louisiana, so the Africans went down to New Orleans, Louisiana. And then when the Europeans came in, they came in to control both not only just the Africans, but also the Mexican Americans who were there at the time. They didn't want them to have this particular belief system, so they brought in Christianity and they brought in Catholicism. And for those people to actually stay alive, they had to take their belief system and incorporate Christianity and incorporate Catholicism to even live. Because they were offing them at the hundreds and the thousands. That's not something that we should be doing to someone because they have a different belief system. And then taking, yeah. What is this red box with numbers? What do you mean? But I don't agree on people saying that Greeks and Romans stole it. Stole what? Greeks and Romans stole what? Are you talking about Christianity? I want to know what you're talking about before I answer. So for those who asked me why I left Christianity, there's a Greeks and Romans stole spirituality. No. They had their own spiritual belief system outside of Christianity. They believe in the Norse gods. There are so many different things that a lot of different sectors of people believe in. No, they didn't steal spirituality at all. They have their own belief system just like the Egyptians do. Next to my name with a number. Oh, that means you're a top viewer. You've probably liked the screen plenty of times. I think it should be okay. Those of you who are clicking follow with me being a spiritual life coach, please do not allow fake bot accounts to come ask you for money in your inbox. I do not do that. Okay? So I want you to know that. If you feel I was never a true Christian, hi, thank you for joining. That's your feelings. I don't care how you feel. I put one shoulder up. I put one shoulder up and then I drop them because I don't care. I don't care. Okay? All right, let's get back to the discussion. Atheists risk their eternity on the hope that God doesn't exist. Not necessarily. So some atheists believe that at the current moment, because it has not been proven, the moment that if it is proven, then they have no choice but to believe. But they like to see tangible proof. They are more logical thinkers. They use the specific side of their head that uses logics over maybe a belief system or a spiritual belief system. And so for them, that's what they choose to believe, and that should also be okay. Why make such a big decision because of people? People are not God. Because I found God in my own way. God and me have a relationship without me having to be connected to a religion. Religion was toxic, and so if something is toxic, you should leave it. One more. Do you believe that they put divination in the Bible to make us stay away from doing it? Yes, they did. King James, when he actually rewrote the Bible from the original guy, John Wycliffe, John Wycliffe believed that once you sinned against God and you sinned against the word of God, that you should go into poverty. And not only did he believe that you should go into poverty, but you should be there until you come out of sin. Well, the Roman Catholics, and you can look this up, John Wycliffe, this isn't something I'm making up, this is part of history. The Roman Catholics and the popes, the Pope of that time, they dug up his body when he died, burned him, and outlawed all his belief systems, and then got together with King James. And King James was obsessed with black magic. Therefore, he wrote the Demonologue about demons and things of that nature, and he put all of some additional things into the Bible based off of what he believed. Go look it up. Don't believe me, please. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to look it up. True Christians don't leave. Okay, well, if you feel like I wasn't a true Christian, I wasn't. I mean, we're here to have a conversation. Please join in if you feel you have something to say. But, I don't have time for the extras. Come on in. The fact that people think that the divine needs to submit to them in order for them to believe is insane. Yeah, I believe in that. That died for Christianity like the apostles. How do you explain the martyrs that died for Christianity like the apostles? How do you explain the martyrs that died for Yoruba, for voodoo and hoodoo? How do you explain those people? How do you explain the people that died in Islam? How do you explain the people that died in the Egyptian religion? How do you explain those miracles and those gods and the things that those people went through and experienced? How do you explain that? Because even if there was an institute of proving God, it wouldn't change the mind of an atheist. Yes, it wouldn't. Let's see here. Hi, thank you for joining. God exists outside of the universe, so there will never be tangible proof. Correct. I believe that there is a God. I've never said I don't believe that there is a God. They aren't Christians then. Christianity is believing in Christ. Correct. Who died in Islam? I'm saying in me. Hi, honey. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Please follow the Vessel of Divine Truth. Those of you who believe in spirituality, that being connected to the true divine is something different than religion. Please follow him. He's a sweetheart. Who died in Islam? Who died in voodoo? Many leaders died in different religions. Many leaders died in different belief systems. Do you not know this? You do your research. I mean, there was countless amount of people. Even first of all, when it comes to Yoruba and it comes to true spirituality, the voodoo for black people, hundreds of thousands of slaves and people were killed for their belief system and forced into Christianity and Catholicism. Yeah. Go do your research. Yeah. I can't speak on what I don't know. Yeah. Go do your research. Yeah. Yes, you left Christian. Hey, listen. Soul 8, I used to preach the Bible. So all the people you're naming, I know of. If you would like to come up and you would like to discuss your matter, click the guest box. That's all I got to tell you. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I don't know much about Islam. I can't speak on that. I heard him. He asked about more than just Islam. He asked who died in Islam, who died in voodoo, who died in this, who died in that. I didn't speak on Islam. I don't know who died in that. I spoke on voodoo and I spoke on Christianity. I speak on what I know. I mean, but if we want to talk about Islam, Malcolm X got slaughtered, but okay. Whatever. I mean, come on, guys. You guys are being we're not having a good conversation here. Let's actually have a conversation and stop spewing things into the comments. Yes, I did, because there were many of people who died. I got the Islam symbol right. Okay, thank you. See, I don't know much about other religions. I don't care to. Have I done my research on some? Yes. They are very interesting. I've done my research on Satanism. I've done my research on plenty of things. Of course. No problem. Thank you for joining. No, listen. I am Sky Free. See, what you're not going to do is you're not going to twist my words around. I know about some things and some things I don't know about, and I don't care to. You have a problem with that, you can most definitely leave. Yeah. I know about Malcolm X. Okay? I know about what happened to the black people for Martin Luther King. I know about a lot of my heritage, about black heritage. I don't know about every single religion. Would you like for me to know about that? Come on, guys. Practice of math. Interesting. I think everyone is right. Just seeing it from a different point of view. Aaron, bastard. I feel that, Barstad. Excuse me. I do feel that same way. I did not mean to say bastard. Please. I would never do that. That's like disrespectful. I feel that same way, and I feel like it's a different point of view for everyone, and I wish everyone would allow people to have their different point of view instead of continuing to tell them that they're wrong. Astrology is evil. I got told astrology was evil. 3 wise men used astrology to find baby Jesus. Yes, they did use astrology to find baby Jesus. They used the star in the sky to, yeah, you're right. Come on in, guys. Interesting people in the comments. Come on in. How do you explain the survival of the church after the Roman persecution? Oh my God. Okay. Soul, set. I don't know. Listen. Let's explain this, right? Most of the books, grimoires, and texts that were written were all translated, right? So we can only go off of the human translated that was retranslated hundreds of thousands of times for people. That's for every book, Bible, and grimoire. How do you explain any of it? How do you know? You're reading someone else's view. Answer me that. Please. Celebrating the holidays isn't just for me anymore. I don't blame you. I celebrate them just with my kids because they're used to spending time with family. What do I believe in? I am an all-around spiritualist that believes in God. I believe in the divine creator. But we'll get to what I believe in a little bit because some people are being weird in the comments. So many people do refuse to learn outside of their box. Yes. All religions are similar. Yes, they are. If you put them parallel and you sit them all down. Hi, thank you for joining. If you actually put them all parallel, they're very, very, very... don't give them agnostics your energy. I'm not. They can't touch my energy. I'm definitely protected by God. Speaking without knowledge. I'm speaking about a lot of knowledge, but I'm wanting other people to come in. So, I mean, you can stay there and talk shit all you want. Have a great time with it. How do you feel about the Bible stories mimicking Egyptian stories? Now that the Bible story mimicking Egyptian stories was one of the reasons why I left Christianity, because it was too similar. Outside of what happened to the black people in my hometown, the similarities in a few of the religions all sound the same. They have one person, they have a date that he was born, they have, it's so many similarities. I didn't like it. The Bible is historically accurate, ancient texts we have. Look it up. There are many texts that are very ancient historically, and they're all true texts who were written by people, not by a being. They were written by people. Hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Hi, much love, peace, and respect. Mwah, 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 mwah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi. Yay, all of the people who left Christianity. I love you. um I learned the Holy Bible means Sun Book, Holy Quran. Yes, actually, the Holy Bible meaning the Sun Book. When they say a man, they're actually saying that in in reference to Aman dash Ra. But I mean, go do your research if you don't believe me. Um, King Henry was before King James. Actually, was the Catholic Church until they wouldn't. Come on in. Someone click the guest if you would like to come in and speak your mind. Please, please. There's always a counterfeit God made of stars. I no longer identify as Christian either. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Please tell me your views. If you feel like I'm wrong, I mean, I could tell you that you're wrong for being a Christian, but like, where would that get us? We continue to fight with each other just like Crips and Bloods, and just like racism over spiritual belief systems, instead of trying to figure out why someone chooses to believe different. Come on, guys. I think you made a bad choice. I think you need a life. Next. Yeah, I was gonna say y'all come in here very rude. I am very nice and I'm very loving, and I'm gonna start telling people how I really feel. Let's keep it nice, guys. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. Um, keep it cute, because I'm a very loving person and understanding person, and I allow all people to come in here and talk about how they feel. And since I allow all people, I have some guests, so let me let some people in. Give me a second. Why would the shepherds be out in the fields of the flock during the winter? Did not mimic. We didn't say Catholicism mimicked Egyptian anything, but Catholicism did mimic a lot of the things in Yoruba. If you don't notice, Catholicism prays to the saints. In Yoruba and in Voodoo, they pray to the ancestors, right? And so when Catholicism and Christianity came in and removed the spirituality that black people believed in, they had to incorporate their belief system with Catholicism and Christianity to live. But do your research. The Bible is full of spells. Both in Hoodoo and Voodoo, they use the Book of Psalms in a lot of their spells. And even in Catholicism, they use some of the books of the Bible to do their little prayers and chants or whatever. But do your research. Has anyone read the entire Bible? Yes, I have. Let me let someone in. Come on in. Guest request. Come on in, please. I don't want to be the only one talking.
Hello.
Hi, honey. Thank you for joining.
No problem. Um,
Tell me how you feel.
yeah,
Yes, I may pray to you.
Christianity as a whole. I mean, I was raised Catholic. I still am, but like, I don't want to be part of that organized religion, because I feel like the Catholic Church, especially, they hide stuff from us, and they just want power. They don't really care about the spirituality. They just want power. They want money. I'm not saying money is the bad thing, it's good, but like, they want to control everything, especially like I know the Bible is man-made and stuff, but like
Mm-hmm.
I believe that it's hidden too because the people that wrote it, like way before Christians, they're like, oh, it's this, is this. I believe that they just like to steal things from the ancient religions and spirituality paths, and it's not okay. Like,
It's not.
um, I believe. I believe that there's a higher power or whatever, but I don't believe the organized religion behind it because it's very corrupted.
It
In
is.
my opinion, it's
It
very
it
corrupted,
is very
and
corrupt. What made you leave? What made you leave?
I guess that not because of the belief, not the no, I never stopped believing in a higher power, but the reason why I want to I just want to be out of this organized religion because um it's pretty interesting that this religion is supposed to be loving and accepting, but I feel those vibes are really off. They say they're very loving, but they won't judge you. But the thing is, they do,
Hmm.
and it's like oh my gosh, like even Joshua, or whoever the name is or whatever his name is, he's like telling people to be loving and stuff, and then I don't feel that kind of love and acceptance. I'm not saying all Christians are like that, but the majority of them, they say that they preach about love and this and light and other shit, but they don't. And then they're like using their book as like justifying their hatred, and it's not a good fit for that, and it's really like frustrating and stuff. And I get like and then when you said about like Catholicism, and I thought about it, and they're like, oh, they're praying to the ancestors and said
Hmm.
that, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she's right.
Hmm.
Like the prayers and the singing and shit, it's all witchcraft. It's like no matter how hard I try to tell Christians about that, they don't see it that way. Well, whatever, it's not my problem that you don't want to open your eyes. It's your interpretation, I guess. But like, I don't have a problem with the higher power. I have a problem with people using their faith system as an excuse to be like this. That's what I have a problem with.
Okay. I ain't mad at you for that. And honey, thank you so much for joining. I got a couple of other people down here. I'm gonna let the next person in, okay? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining. Mwah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, guys, I got some more people here. Yeah, that was rude. She was sharing. Listen, listen, listen. So, I don't allow rudeness in my lives because there are people who are going to come in here from other countries. And sometimes people in Croatia speak different. Sometimes people in New Zealand speak slower. Sometimes people in other countries definitely speak quite different. So you have to give people a chance. And if you don't want to give people a chance in my live, go listen to those other lives where they are mistreating people because I don't do that in mine. Okay, I'm so sorry. That's not how I get down, guys. All right, come on in, come on in.
Oh, oh my goodness! I didn't think I'd get in here.
Oh, no, no, no. I let me as many people as I can in. I'm not one of those disrespectful type people. Look, look. You could be a Christian and come in and decide to say something as long as you're not trying to pray and read a scripture. Tell me how you
Oh
feel.
gosh.
Do what you do. Like, come on.
So can I can tell you how I feel on anything? Because just to clarify, I'm not Christian here, and
Um,
so
yes, definitely. Tell me how you feel on anything spiritual. And tell me what you believe in. If did I spell everything right? Okay. I'd be worried about that.
um oh boy, gosh. Just a little bit about me. I was a former Christian. I was a really staunch Christian, but
Me too.
as I kind of got older, I started kind of comparing my belief system or I kind of started comparing my experience to the religion, and I just kind of overall decided that the claim that there's only one God simply just can't exist. And it's just that the messages of the Bible and the New Testament, Old Testament, they just never resigned with me. And I was like, I just don't think this is the belief system for me. So unlike a lot of former Christians who've had like real bad experiences that
Um,
left on like real bad notes.
I don't see your request. Hold on one second, honey. I
Oh,
don't
sorry.
see your request. Your request won't come up unless you have 1,000 followers or if you're in another country that allows you to request outside of having 1,000 followers. I won't see it. Go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine, my friend. But like a lot of Christians or a lot of ex-Christians, I didn't have like a real bad, traumatizing experience, that persuaded me to leave the faith. I left on my own accord, and as I left the faith, I started meeting another God, started working with that. Kind of am just borderline pagan now, but
Okay, I
that's just
love
a bit
that.
about me. I want to say I'm pagan, but like at the moment, I only work with Egyptian gods, so I don't know if I just be Kemetic Orthodox or what, but
Okay.
whatever. Um, when you were at sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. I'm not one of those people who are going to mistreat you, who will mistreat you for what you're saying. Unless you decide to come at me sideways, then I am going to read you your rights very respectfully.
As you should. As you should. um but what I was going to say when conversation of talking about is me and a friend, I do a lot of scholarly research. I also run a religious podcast, which you can check out in the link of my bio. Not trying to advertise here.
You're
um
fine.
And right now, me and a friend of mine were trying to graph the genealogy of what the Old Testament said.
Okay.
So we're trying to find the actual dates that the stories were wrote, not the dates that the stories say they were wrote in, but like the actual dates the stories were wrote, and trying to graph it out in like the chronological order of where the
Yeah.
books came in. And there's a lot of interesting stuff when we were digging and finding all this information, such as Leviticus coming before all of the other books of Moses,
Mm-hmm.
which it was really interesting. And so I bring this up to a bunch of Christians. I bring it up, I bring this information up, I cite sources. I'm not just blindly and ignorantly going in here. I bring this information up to a bunch of Christians, and all I get is just really poor treatment.
Yeah. Yeah. I have listen, and that poor treatment is why I have these conversations. I just came out of a live where most of the people in the comments basically badgered me because I told them that they were wrong as Christians, and as any other religion, to tell someone that they were wrong for their belief system. You're wrong for doing that because you don't know what happened to that person that made them switch to another religion. You don't know if they were SA'd. You don't know if they were abused. You don't know what happened to them that made them leave something toxic. And you're going to tell them that your faith is the only way because that's what you
Right.
believe. But you don't know what happened to a person. You just
Right.
automatically assume that they're just leaving Christ and going to hell, but did you
Right.
ever take the time to figure out why someone left?
What I would actually challenge Christians to think about is, if the inspired word of Jesus and God is so good and so grand, then why are there so many people who rebelled against it? Even in the Bible, why did the angels rebel against God if his word was so grand?
Cause listen, if there was a such thing as Christian hell, I don't believe that we're gonna go to Christian hell and get tortured by Satan, who also disobeyed the same God that supposedly put us down there.
That doesn't that makes like no sense. Why would he torture
He's
us
gonna
for
be like, "Oh, what's up, you too?" Like,
you too? You saw the same
I'm
shit as
not
you,
shit.
bro? Bro, look, we one in the same. See, oh my gosh, I don't. Oh my.
Let me ask you a question before I get the next person up. It is contradicting. Yes, yes. Like y'all laughing at me, but I'm serious. Like, think about it. Use your brain and really think about this shit. It will get to you when you start researching and you start digging. I was originally scared of voodoo and hoodoo because I thought it was all about hurting and hexing people, and no, it's not. They just believe in being their karma. If people hurt them, they believe in putting it back on the individual, but they don't, that's not something that they will automatically do. They're not going to curse you because they want to. And so my spiritual belief system coming from New Orleans, Louisiana is even changing over time. But it's just, it's sad. But I want to ask you this question. For your podcast, do you mind having additional guests?
Oh no, not at all. I love having more people on.
I would like to come on one day when you guys are talking about the Bible. And I would also, I'm an advocate for people who have been through religious trauma and spiritual abuse. And I'm working on being a big advocate for that. It doesn't matter what belief system they came from. If they were misused and mistreated at the hand of any type of clergy, pastor, a cult member, whatever, leader, um, I am a advocate for those type of people because people are continuing to be mistreated at the hand of a Bible, a book, a text, a grimoire, and it's literally okay because it's swept under the rug. They hush hush. And they don't say anything because they don't want to say anything against their pastor, against the occult leader, against whatever it is. And me being an advocate for those type of people, I love talking about a lot of these topics, and I would like to come be a part of your podcast one day.
Can I chime in real quick with something? Because
Chime
I
in.
think you make a really valid point. So when you mention about the reason people don't speak up when they have questions, I actually did a whole video on this called Why It's So Hard to Debate Religion. And one of the major points I made was because people who respect authority don't question it. And I'm going to be doing a whole separate video on that point in itself to kind of give a bit more of a broader reason or a bit more broader explanation to why people who respect authority oftentimes or respect authority or are forced to respect authority can't or are unable to question it. And I think some of the experiences that you talk about would be really great for being able to help people see that side a bit more.
Okay, most definitely. I'm down. I'm down because what the purpose of my lives is to allow people to freely come in and tell how they feel because in most other lives, right? People don't allow that freedom. It's, you know, Jesus Christ is the only way. They start praying, they start rebuking, and it's disgusting. It's detesting. It's
Mm-hmm.
it
Yeah.
cringes my soul when they do that because you don't see spiritualists, you know, going in other people's lives saying, "Oh my God, you're stupid." Now, mind you, I've seen other lives on here where people are really talking bad to people. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's
It is.
detestable. I can't just no. And then hold on, let me move these bot accounts. You guys, I don't got time for bot accounts. Come on. Um, sounds backwards. What sounds backwards, sir?
Yeah, what sounds backwards?
Right. Like,
Like spiritual people attacking Christians? I mean, like, that's the oppressors calling the oppressed the oppressor? I mean,
listen,
like,
listen, I just learned the other day in an ex-Mormon's live, um, Black people weren't allowed in until 1978. And that's because they did not believe that if you had this particular skin color, you could not hear from God like the YT people. Just found that out. Now,
did
mind
you.
you, this
Oh,
was from
sorry.
a Mormon who has been in there for years. Okay. I also know from Christianity that when Christianity came in and took over Yoruba and a lot of voodoo and a lot of the voodoo and spirituality that was done in the South, they also told those people that they were cursed because of their skin color.
Mm-hmm.
Two separate religions yet told this to melanated people.
What I find real funny is
Isn't
that
that
was
not
also
disturbing?
it isn't. That's what led to the existence of what they called the slaves' gospel that was dug up, where they had excluded a
You talking
majority of
about
the
the slave
gospel.
Bible, huh?
Yeah, the slave Bible, where they only added the parts where it talked about being good, obedient slaves,
Tap that
which
screen,
was.
y'all.
And to me, what I find even more just ridiculous is that so many Christians will try to defend those quotes about slavery and say things along the lines of it wasn't the same slavery. But in the end of the day, if you have no choice but to work for one person,
Yes. Do y'all research. There is a slave Bible. They took out a lot of the text that would have caused any type of revolt, and the slaves were only able to read anything that taught them how to, or told them how to be obedient.
Mm-hmm. And people say that the Bible is the unaltered word of God.
You know how many times
Unaltered.
that Bible been altered?
3 times, actually. I think technically they said there were 3 times the Bible had a rewrite in history, and each time something else came up or something else was added that wasn't in the original text.
Yes. And then on top of that, the original Bible, now, mind you, the original Bible and a lot of grimoire and text is underneath the Vatican, in the Vatican City, and only a certain sector of people can even touch these books. Why is the Vatican holding every single other text of every other religion and every original grimoire, book, Bible, etc.?
Well, you could also ask, why did the evangelicals refuse to produce any of the lost gospels? Because they thought it would contradict their belief
Well, I
system of
read
what
the
Jesus actually
Apocrypha.
was.
I read part of the Apocrypha when I was a Christian. And I know why, because some of the things in the Apocrypha gave people, there is a group called the Ecclesiastes who was outside of the book of the Ecclesiastics. And they actually believe the way that spiritual people believe. They believe that you could still speak to the womb and someone get pregnant. They believe that you could speak to the ground and things would grow. They believed in speaking things into existence, and they cut that out the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that. If y'all go look up the Apocrypha and y'all look up the lost books of the Bible, there are groups of people who believed in spirituality and truly speaking
Gnostics.
things into existence.
The Gnostics.
Yes. Because I was going to
That's who they
say,
were.
the Council of Nicaea and a lot of different councils made a lot of changes because they didn't want people to believe in the power that you have to speak things into existence. They wanted you to just pray
And
and
be obedient.
be obedient.
Did you actually? And you probably may or may not have. But do you know why? Sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit.
No.
Um, do you? The Gnostics actually had a reason why that was the case, and you want to hear it? It's real
What
juicy.
was the reason? Because I actually never knew the reason. I just knew that they did a lot of changing. Tell me the reason, and then I'm gonna get the next person in after you, and you're able to more of course stay there if you'd like to.
I gotcha. Okay, so the Gnostics believe that the Old Testament God Yahweh, they called him something called the demiurge, which was supposedly a creation from an actual god named Sophia. And Sophia created okay, I'm not going to try to go too much. There's like a lot to cover. They believed that Yahweh was a not really a god. He was a false god that was created in an imperfect image. But Yaldabaoth, also known as Yahweh, the Old Testament God,
Uh-huh.
wanted everyone to be subservient to him. He wanted everyone to follow him. He wanted no one to question his authority. He wanted everyone to be blind and to not question anything. When you compare what the Gnostics said and compare that to the modern Christians today, you compare that to the uprisings of the Christians, such as the Roman Catholics and the early British empires. That's what you would call it.
Uh-huh.
And you can compare, if you compare all of what they said that Yaldabaoth's description was and how the people would act, which is that they would be blind and they would reject anything because they didn't want to let go of the power that Yaldabaoth had, it all adds up. The Gnostics, what they said, at least to me, was that they were right. Yahweh has said multiple times he's jealous. He doesn't want other people worshiping other gods. He says that in Genesis, if you can consider Genesis a credible source of information. And we all know that he also says that you can't question his authority. And even in the book of Adam and Eve, he hid the knowledge from both Adam and Eve. So that's what the Gnostics believed.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to do my little. I'm gonna have to do some additional research. Stop playing.
Yeah, it's real interesting. I love it.
Listen. I appreciate you bringing in the knowledge. See, this is the type of lives I like to have. People coming in, bringing their knowledge in, and not just their belief and not just their indoctrination, but what they've took time to research and not what other people have put in front of them as this is the only one and true only way. Thank you for joining. You're welcome anytime, sweetie.
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course. All right. Join, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get this conversation popping. Hi, thank you for joining, sweetie.
Thank you, Miss Collectively. What is your full handle? Miss
Collectively
Collectively
different. That is the name of my business. We
Yes.
here choose to be collectively different, and raise the consciousness, the higher consciousness of all individuals, and advocate for anyone who has been through a religious trauma and spiritual abuse. But don't take our kindness for weakness. But I'm CC.
I can definitely respect that because I am humbled that you would put me on your
You might want
platform
to turn
in
your
your humble
volume up,
abode.
sweetie. I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Can you hear me?
Go down and come back up. I think it might be a connection issue. Go exit out and come back up. I'll let you right back up.
Okay, I'll let it out. Okay, thanks.
Okay, come on in, guys. Come on back up, sweetie. Anyone who would like to join this live and give how you feel, please. Because I don't want to just be the only one talking. Mind you, I haven't gone to college and I haven't gone to, school for the full research into every religious system. But most scholars that I know of that has actually gone to school and went deep into history, they no longer believe anymore, because once they dig deep into history, they were like, crap. They were over it. Oh, thank you, baby. Let's let her back up. Where'd she go? Come on back up, sweetie. Anyone would like to join, please join in. Yeah, it is probably a good thing that because the history, when you actually go to look at the theology of the Bible, the theology of all of the other religions, and dig deep into the history and dig deep into finding out where proof is, where proof isn't. It's just so many different things that you run across. You realize, like, holy shit. No one really knows the truth. We're just being told a lot of things from history. I am Monk Bunyu, and I know they took our stories and created the Old Testament. Whoa, 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 whoa. Monk and Monk Bintu. Do you have 1,000 followers? Can you please come up and tell me about that? Look, I'm reading the comments, y'all. I seen an article saying they found a Bible from 2,000 years ago and Jesus was not crucified. Holy shit. Can y'all come up and tell me how y'all listen. Y'all about to take me out today. Who can come up? Ding dong. Ring the bell. We need to come on in. The water is fine. I ain't gonna kick you out. When you were a Christian, did you have a relationship with him? Benno, I believe when I was a Christian, I had a relationship with God. I did not believe in praying to Jesus Christ. And this is where, if there are Christians in this live, they're gonna kill me for this one, or off me for this one, but whatever. So in Christianity, there are different sectors of Christianity, unfortunately. Stupidly, in my opinion, but unfortunately. So there are people who believe in the Trinitarian, right? They believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They believe that they are separate but one, right? So they pray to all three in a different type of way, and they believe in them being separate beings and separate entities. I was raised in that way, but then when I married my ex-husband, as being a pastor's wife, I grew up Pentecostal and apostolic. Pentecostal and apostolic believes once you get filled with the Holy Spirit, and you're speaking in tongues, you now believe in one God. That's it. So Pentecostal and apostolic is different. Do you believe everything you read? Obviously not. No, I did not believe everything I read. And even through reading stuff in spirituality, reading stuff about other religions, and I don't believe in every single thing. None of it can really be proved. We're just going off of history books and texts. Moses actually did a few things in magic, but we're not gonna have that conversation in this live. I'd have to talk about the book of Abramelin, which is Abramelin, but I'm a hush. We're not gonna talk about that. The prophecies that wrote Jesus into existence are based off of fiction. Old Testament is about us black people. The first one is black people call God. Same tables are we are like the tables are turned right. Come on in. Hi, thank you for joining. You've got it all wrong. Where's your proof? I mean, you have 24 followers anyways. I don't know. Block. If you're an atheist, you're more than welcome to join this live if you want to tell how you feel, baby. I am not going to, talk against you for your belief system. You can come on in if you have 1,000 followers. Come on in, guys. Come on in. If you actually research Abramelin, Moses taught Abraham. I'm gonna save that for another live. I ain't gonna do it. What kind of spiritualist? I believe in a broad source of things. Okay, so you can call me eclectic if you want to. Eclectic, excuse me. I believe in a broad source of things. When will you do another live? I do these often. You say Jesus and pagan too. You'll actually come to find out that a lot of religions and spiritual belief systems in voodoo and hoodoo, they still use scriptures, and they actually coming from New Orleans, Louisiana. Marie Laveau, who was the high priestess of New Orleans, Louisiana, she actually prayed and blessed things in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then also called down one of the ancestors to bless right after blessing in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And she was a voodoo priestess. You can't join. You guys can join if you have 1,000 followers. That's TikTok's rule. That's not me saying that you guys can't join. It doesn't even let me try to add you. I'm sorry, baby. Yes, indoctrination to slave the mind. Yes. There's different kinds. I'm what you just said. Yeah, no, there isn't different kinds. People do different things in spirituality. Most spiritual people believe in a true divine connection with the divine. There are also some people who believe in, hanging out with other gods and deities. There are other people who don't believe in any of that. They just believe in the I am. Many different people believe in many different things. Do you believe that there is a God or one God, ma'am? I do believe that there is a God. I do believe that there are other gods as well.
Good night, baby. Love you.
Let me kiss, baby. I know you gotta go to bed, but I'm gonna have this conversation tonight. Mwah. Love you.
Love you too. Yes, baby.
I think I would be considered an omnis. Okay. What do you think on my worship on Sunday? Kind of confusing, but thank you for clarification. It is kind of confusing. So most spiritualist type of, good night, honey. Most spiritual people believe in like a connection with the divine. Some believe in working with other gods and deities. Some believe in working with other ancestors. Some believe in I am. They believe that they are the ones who have the power because they have the power from within. They are a spirit being, and so they are a god themselves. So you got that's many different ways to explain spirituality right there. What made you decide to leave Christianity? A lot. A lot. My research, my father. I was born and raised in the church, so my dad was a pastor. I'm a PK. Before he passed away, there was a lot of things he did I'm not going to talk about it. If you want to go to my YouTube page, you can see what I went through with those Christians. And I even married a pastor trying to honor my dead father, and that was a bit of a hellhole. So it's many things on why I left. Not just the way I was treated, but also my research. I did not want to be a part of a whitewashed religion, and I'm not racist, so let me not say that. But both Mormon and Christianity is kind of whitewashed. Most of the leaders are Caucasian. They don't believe that. They believe our skin is cursed. I could not be a part of something that believed that and then killed hundreds of thousands of people because their belief system was different. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Okay. So once I found that out, that wasn't something that I could say, that I could proudly say, this is what God told me to do. The word of God is God and blah, blah, blah. I couldn't follow something that offed hundreds of thousands of people because we believe different. I was over it. Come on in. Come on in. Yes, I'm glad I'm glad I found a better way of living for me, and I don't force anyone to follow my path either. Follow what works for you. If it's toxic, leave it. Can I ask some questions? I was interested in some aspects of Jewish faith. Hi, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. If anyone would like to come up and ask any questions to anybody in the comments, please come up. I am a former evangelical and now I live a free spiritual walk. Sky_Bao Mom. Mwah, blessings to you. I'm so glad that you have joined the spiritual walk. And I would never say that you were incorrect or you were wrong for believing in something different, but you found something that resonates better with you. And that's perfectly fine. It should be fine. There should be nothing wrong with leaving a different faith system. Everyone is unique. Yes, third generation male gray witch. All right. Well, thank you for joining. Shoot, you might as well call what I do witchcraft, but they'll off me for that. Yeah, I'm not a racist either, but I do know. Did I have a hard time deconstructing from Christianity? I'm going to answer that. Give me a second. I have someone who's joining in. Thank you so much for joining. Let me answer this question really quick and then I'll let you speak, sweetie. Deconstructing from Christianity wasn't that hard. Here's why. When you're told all your life that you're going to hell and that you're wrong for disobeying and that you're wrong for this and wrong for that and you're just mistreated from a lot of the things, whipped and chained and just forced to read the Bible. I read it from front to back. So when people come in with scriptures, I already know what scriptures they're putting in there, and I'm laughing because I had to read it from front to back. I had to write scriptures down as a punishment. I was indoctrinated and forced. And so deconstructing from Christianity, the only thing that was hard for me was when I pray, when I'm talking to God, no longer saying Jesus Christ was weird for me, right? Or in Jesus' name. That was weird for me. But learning something different and actually saying it and speaking it, I felt relieved. I felt valued. I felt different than when I was in Christianity. I've actually seen less demons than I did when I was in Christianity. But we're not going to go there. I've seen less spirits. I've had less disturbances being a spiritualist and doing something different. So deconstruction wasn't that hard for me, but yes, it was hard at first because your family disowns you. Your family tells you you're evil. Your family continues to bash you with Jesus loves you and I feel so bad for you because you're going to hell and you're choosing the wrong path. And instead of realizing that you left because something was toxic and it wasn't helping you anymore, they still choose to force you to accept it, even though you know it's toxic for you. So yeah, it
I
was
am
rough.
so sorry
Yeah, it
that
was
you've
rough.
had to be gaslit like that
It was,
through
it was,
your young life.
I was gaslit most of my life because I even married a pastor. So I preached the word of God for 8 years. Um, I was gaslit a lot of my life, and honey, Christianity was never for the community. No.
Well, I mean, if it's a point of solidarity, I would feel weird about praying to Jesus too.
But thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, honey.
Sure. So someone asked why Jews don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. So I just wanted to offer some quick information.
Yes, please come
Um,
in. I think I seen
so
one of my
we
moderators come in. Hi, baby. I'm not sure what happened there, but thank you so much for joining. Go ahead.
so basically we have like a kind of like a list of requirements or prophecies or whatever you want to call them that the Messiah or the Moshiach as we call him are
Mm-hmm.
is expected to fulfill. Um according to by our standards, Jesus did not tick those boxes. He did not tick all of those boxes. Um, so, you know, for us, when the Mashiach comes, it will be to us, it's the first time, not the second, because for to us, he has not come yet. He or she, we don't know who it's going to be.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I never knew that.
It's basically the main difference between Judaism and Christianity, but of course, there's like a ton of other differences as well.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming in to
Um,
give that to let people know what the difference was.
sure thing. I frequently participate in lives to answer questions about Jewish culture. So, anytime anybody, I'm going to give you a follow. And anytime anybody, if you have a question, feel free to hit me up or come onto a live.
Oh yes, most definitely. I join people's lives to answer things about spirituality often too, because like we get kind of mistreated, like we're fake or something. So hey, add me anytime people are talking about spirituality and don't have an understanding. I'm with it.
I'm actually, I'm due to do a live with a pagan content creator in a couple of weeks, and we're going to specifically be talking about how the Jewish and pagan and basically non-Christian communities can be better allies to each other and to find points of commonality, and hopefully that's going to be like a really great discussion.
When are you doing this live? Because I can
I think
guarantee you that me and Religion is Gray would love to come.
we're looking right now, it's tentatively scheduled for this coming Sunday around, I want to say around 3 p.m. Eastern.
Okay,
Um,
I
but
will
once
be
I have it
there.
finalized, I've followed, so I've followed you. So like
Okay, I'm gonna follow
once I
you
have
right
a more
now. Hold on one
concrete
second.
date, I'm going to be sending out like notices to let people know that it's going to happen.
Okay, so I followed you and Religion is Great. So listen, Sunday is normally my self-care day where I meditate and do everything that I need to do for me because I sometimes get on these lives and do readings for people. And I talk about different topics and things of that nature, but I will still join that live to have a conversation for
Thank
sure.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, and if it is inconvenient for you and you catch us another time, I mean, I'm always happy to talk.
Oh yeah, no,
This
no,
is
no.
something that's
I'll
near and dear
come.
to my heart.
I'll come. Like these topics are near and dear to me as well because what I get frustrated with is the way that no one chooses to come together. Everyone chooses to toxically say where you're wrong, what you're doing wrong, and just kind of badger people because of their belief system. And it's kind of frustrating. If we could stop fighting like Crips and Bloods in religion, maybe we could stop fighting like Crips and Bloods in life. Maybe we can lose the racism. Maybe we can do so much more. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
If we could just come together and understand that it's okay to be different and even learn from each other, because a lot of different religions know different things that other countries have been doing for a very long time. Me being a spiritualist isn't nothing that the Asians and people in China and whatnot have not been doing for many of years. They believe in energy. That's why they do Tai Chi and they do Qigong and so many other, I said that wrong. Ooh, but so many other things that they do, believing in energy and believing in herbalism and whatnot. And you know what I mean? Like they say that what we're doing is so wrong. But people have been
Yeah, and
doing
that
this in
makes no
other
sense to
countries
me.
for years.
Judaism gets pushed into this umbrella that people like to call Abrahamic faiths,
Yes.
but we're so very different from like one of the core things about Judaism is that like we don't think that everyone around us has to be Jewish. Um, if you're a good person, you're gonna go wherever it is you think that you believe you're gonna go, and that's fine. That's awesome. Just be a good person in the here and now.
And that's what I believe as a spiritualist. Like it should never be based on a book or a text. Religion
Well,
is great.
admittedly, we
Come
have a
in if
lot of
you
texts.
hold on one second. Religion is great wants to ask a couple of things to you before you leave.
Sure,
I couldn't help it because I had so many like questions that I thought would like leave into like a very good like conversation, and it's just like I'm trying to text it through like the chat, and it's constantly getting pushed up. So
I will be very upfront with you. If I don't know something, I'm gonna flat out tell you I don't know.
all right, I gotcha. I got you. It's like perfect because I'm also doing like my research into stuff involving the Old Testament, and
Sure,
I'm not gonna like pester you like, do you know when Genesis was wrote? I'm more gonna ask your like intake on some of the stuff that
sure.
because I've noticed that there seems to be a vastly different approach on like how Christians depict Jews and then how the Jewish people actually are. And it
Yes,
seems like it's like a vastly different thing than what I've noticed.
yes. I think they like to imagine us as being like still in the biblical period in a way. Like they think we should be
Hmm.
wandering in the desert for 40
Yeah,
years carrying a pair of tablets.
yeah, carrying a pair of tablets and spreading our anti-Jesus propaganda.
I don't even, yeah. I think a lot, I mean, gosh, I don't even know where to start with that. I had thoughts and they of course went away. Um, I think a lot of it may stem with the fact that quite frankly, the Old Testament and the Tanakh, which is our word for the old, which is basically our word for that book or for
I
that
thought it
series
was
of books.
called the Torah. The
The
Torah.
Torah is the first 5 books of Moses, basically Genesis through
Oh,
Deuteronomy. But we also have like we have additional books that are basically complete our Bible, and that whole collective is called the Tanakh. Now,
and if
um,
oh sorry.
throughout history, um, those works, the Torah and the Tanakh, have been repurposed and translated and altered and edited, and eventually they arrive into what is now called the Old Testament. And so, if you actually look at like a Christian version of the Old Testament versus like an English copy of the Hebrew Bible, you will see that they are very different.
Right. Hold on. This is called the Torah.
So the whole Bible is called the Tanakh.
The Tanakh.
Um,
How do I
the Tanakh,
spell
Tanakh. I know
that?
that is tricky.
Tana. There it is. Tanakh.
Kh. So it's basically an sound. It sounds a bit like your cat's trying to throw up a hairball.
It literally does.
And
I
then the
was
first 5 books are the Torah.
or the Torah, and then that would be
Genesis,
Genesis
Exodus,
through
Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy, which I mean, I still with the information I found that Leviticus actually was wrote first, but I wonder if that might just be some other historical stuff. So involving the Tanakh, what exactly are the books that are in the Tanakh? Because I know that Moses would be Genesis to, I think, Numbers, right? Genesis to Numbers.
Dude,
Oh, you cut out. No. Oh,
now
I can hear you.
Prophet writings, and there's a book of prophets, book of writings, and there's Am I muted?
No, you're not. We hear you.
Okay, great.
Book of Prophets. So I'm just be considered part of the Tanakh, considered part of the Torah, because Book of Samuel and Joshua both talk about Moses with being the descendant of Moses. So it's be part of the Torah. The Torah.
Because basically the Torah effectively Hebrews are arriving in Canaan when they're with Moses being unable to go Jericho and the form of the 12 tribes for and Solomon and like Solomon and the porn of the Bible is considered a part of.
Interesting.
And it is naughty.
Oh my! I'm gonna load.
Because I'm gonna have to
It's
do some research
literally
myself.
it's basically a tree written as an exchange between King Solomon and his lover. Basically,
Yeah, the song. Oh, I see. I found it.
Mhm.
This is like I'm so glad you brought this up, because like right now I'm actually like getting ready to order a Tanakh myself, because trying to graph the genealogy of the Old Testament, I have to use the Tanakh because this is part of the Jewish culture of that time. So
I would recommend that you check the merchant that you're going through. Make sure that they're a legitimate source for Judaica and not like a messianic Jewish source.
Oh my! How do I tell the difference?
I would just say like maybe just like research the I mean if you're getting it like off Amazon, I guess there's probably not much you could do. But you can probably do a couple of research, like if you've tried probably Google searching like Judaica Tanakh or Judaica Hebrew Bible, those are usually good resources just to kind of make sure.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Gonna have to check that
Yeah,
out then.
the first thing I got when I looked up the Tanakh was I got like 2 copies of the Tanakh, and then I got the Devil's Bible, and then the Demonic Gospel of Truths.
Yeah, that's always fun. We
Yeah,
don't
it's
actually. The funny part of that is that we don't actually believe in the devil.
Yeah,
We don't believe in hell.
Yeah, the Jewish people didn't have a concept of hell. They had like a pit, if I remember, that went by like an entirely different name.
Ooh,
So we have so we don't,
that
well,
kind of
first of all,
loud.
like we don't have an emphasis on the afterlife, like really at all. Um our religion is very centered on what we do now with the lives that we have. So basically we have this idea that there's this thing called Olam Haba,
Okay.
and that means the world to come. And the idea is that
Okay.
basically anyone who is basically a decent human being, if this is what they believe in, they're going to go there. They're going to go to whatever afterlife or not, because atheists can be decent people too.
Okay.
Whatever afterlife, whatever they think is waiting for them, that is ideal for them, they don't have to be Jewish to go there.
So the
Interesting.
belief
And
that the Jews had essentially of the afterlife was kind of that of just like what some pagans would even believe, because some pagans, they don't really have like this concept of like Valhalla or heaven. It's just the afterlife you go to, the soul that your soul calls to is who where it will go.
Pretty much. We do have some notions, like we have Sheol and Gehenna, which
Yeah,
I
which
would probably
Gehenna was the
call
pit.
Gehenna was the pit, but there's also kind of like an idealized, like theological version of Gehenna, where the idea of it is it's like a waiting room. It's like if your soul isn't ready for Olam Haba, this is kind of where you go to sort of get yourself cleansed. Or in some beliefs within Judaism, you actually, this is where you go before you go back and live another life
Oh,
and
wait.
try to
So,
learn
That
what you
so
didn't
you
have.
guys
wait, hold
believe
on.
that?
Some of us do. You have
Mm,
Wait,
so there's
that's
the
that's
thing.
interesting because that's almost like the
do
Egyptian
I?
and a couple of them
Yeah,
believe in reincarnation.
Mhm.
there
So
was a
one of the
bit of a
things about Judaism is that we have a lot of concepts that we deal with where we don't have a universal interpretation on what we believe. There's actually the whole thing about like the meaning of Israel is to wrestle with God. Our purpose is to wrestle with God, up to and including questioning the existence of God. So there are going to be concepts that are universal in Judaism, but how we interpret those concepts is going to vary depending on who you talk to. And the thing in that is that I often find that when you have two Christians that are having a disagreement about the interpretation of something in the Bible, their response to each other is typically to say, well, you're not a real Christian.
oh
Oh my
yeah.
God. I have
And
seen that so much in these lives, and I sit there and shake my head going, you guys are busy trying to tell the rest of us we're wrong and still fighting with each
mhm.
other. I think y'all should
and
take a step back.
yeah,
Dude,
and
I
see,
mean,
with Jews, when we have an argument or we have a debate about something that's in scripture or what have you, um, we have the argument, and one would never tell the other, well, you're not a real Jew.
I have to ask a question about involving some of, because it's kind of on the long with this topic of this idea that you're not a real Jew, you're not a real Christian. I have seen in a handful of occasions Jewish people going at it because there's like two different ideas of the Jewish belief system that goes through like their heads. And I've heard that it's one situation, it's like how you kind of described it. They were kind of promoting more of like peace and more of like love and like kind of trying to kind of promote individuality. But then you'll have like another Jew that was in I forgot which live this was in, but and they were just they were like real they were it's like they didn't read any of the other parts of the bio or like of the Jewish stuff. They were basing their belief system
Hold
off of
on
that of
one
the Old
second.
Testament.
Religion is great. Let me say something really quick before the comments get removed. For and they're out of the way. And I'm gonna let you go back to what you're gonna say to her. So Diamond Birthstone, I was born into Christianity, right? And you guys do argue. You do not agree on anything because you have half of a sector that believes in the Trinity. You have half of a sector that believes in one God, and you each tell each other that your interpretation is wrong. Go ahead, religion is
So
great.
I wanted to add a little bit to that and say that the Trinity was a man-made concept, if I remember correctly. But regardless, but it was like the two Jews were arguing, and it was like one stood for your idea of Judaism, but then the other person stood for like a completely different idea of Judaism. And I think, oh, I remember what it was
Okay, I'm
over.
gonna let
It
you up
was,
in just a second. As soon as they're done, honey. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, the what it was over was the idea if the Old Testament stories of like Moses actually happened. One person was Jewish and he said that all the stories happened, and this is the definitive thing that we have to follow this because this is what actually happened historically. And then another Jew was debating against that, saying no, they didn't happen, but it doesn't matter that they didn't happen. It's the morals of the story that matter.
mhm.
Hmm.
And
And you know what? Both are valid. See, there's a couple of things you'll notice about that conversation. First of all, it was between two Jews, not between a Jew and a Christian, a Jew and a pagan, a Jew and a Buddhist, a Jew and a Catholic. It was an argument between two Jews. And at the end of that conversation, I can almost bet that those two people were not trying to accuse each other of not really being Jewish.
They weren't. Yeah, they really weren't. It was more or less turning into an argument over what, Judaism is supposed to stand for.
And that's completely acceptable within Judaism. So there's an old joke. If you have two Jews in a room, you're going to have three opinions.
Two Jews in a room, you're going to have three opinions.
So probably if you're studying, if you're coming up on studying Judaism, or you're studying the Old Testament, you'll probably get introduced to a series of works called the Talmud.
The what?
The Talmud, Talmud.
I've
And
heard
what
of
the
that.
Talmud
I've heard
is,
of that.
the Talmud is a book that basically what it does is it's an analysis of the Torah as done by some of our wisest sages from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And what I like, it's literally like you'll have like the biblical writing in the center of the book, and then all around the book is all around the page is all the commentary from all the various rabbis throughout, from previous history, who have studied it and want to discuss its meaning and have arguments. And let me tell you, sometimes they get super petty. I like to jokingly refer to the Talmud as basically the rabbinical burn book, because there are some, like, the insults can sometimes fly. Like they get really catty.
Mm.
Oh my, yeah, no,
I'm
this
gonna have to check into this.
Talmud.
It's so like, see, and yeah, see, guys, this is why I have these types of conversations in my life and let people come in and tell their views, because now you guys get to hear from other sectors of people who are not bashing another religion or sector or telling you that you're wrong, but they're telling you where their information comes from, their history, and why they believe in something and what they believe in.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I have a lot of trauma associated with Christianity. I have a lot of anger, but like I don't go around, like I have friends who are Christian who I love very dearly, and they are examples of the best ideas of what it's supposed to be. But I'm not going to go around like, I don't know, you get what I'm saying,
Bashing.
right?
Yeah,
And I don't
I could
bash
learn a thing
either
or
when
two
I go into
from you.
other, lives. I just try to, get people to open up to the fact that it's okay for everyone to be different, and we should give people a chance and opportunity.
Exactly.
And that's what I go in lives and spread. And I literally, the last live I tried to do that in, he said, you should do something better with your time. He was a Christian. He was an atheist turned Christian.
That feels reductive.
I'm not trying to bash atheists turned Christians, but a lot of times when I've debated with atheists turned Christians, they're always the more aggressive ones, and they're really hard to debate with, because it's like, I don't know why, but like they're just always the ones that are like real pushy with things. It's like you're not respecting the authority this book has. You need to, if you want to understand it, you have to do this, and they're just not really open for debates.
Yeah, we have no problem looking at our sacred text and basically going, this is problematic. This is like not a good thing what's being said here. Why is it like this? What was this about in the original context? This is not something that we would need to do today, but we need to understand it. But we fully recognize that, like there's some pretty nasty stuff in the Old Testament.
Yeah. Oh, go
Like in
gods.
Judaism,
Yeah.
we don't
Judges.
hide from it. We don't try to excuse it. We try to learn from it,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't deny it when it gets into places that are like really negative. I mean, there's aspects of it that are horrible to women.
Mm-hmm.
There's murder, there's, God is like really angry. We know this, and we don't try to excuse it.
Yes, most definitely. Listen, religion is great. And Jude and
You
Cupcake.
can just call me No,
Cupcake.
you got it.
Jude and Cupcake. Listen, thank you so much for joining, guys. I really
Mhm.
appreciate these conversations, and I appreciate your opinions, and I will be in both of your lives and or conversations or
Sorry.
podcasts anytime I am available. I am there. Um
Awesome.
And does anybody have any other questions for these two before I grab some other people who are asking to join? And Oracle Destiny, would you like to be a moderator? My moderators are probably sleep for work, and since you're in here, I'm going to need someone watching the chat. They get real catty down there in my chats.
I did have one more question I wanted
Sure.
to ask Judith Cupcake.
You can just call me Cupcake.
Cupcake. What is your opinions on Yahweh, or the name supposedly associated with the Jewish God that's in a couple of the stories in the Old Testament? And I just, before you do answer, I wanted to kind of share. I had a bit of an experience when I was asking another Jew about the belief system,
I didn't know
and
she
they
was
told me.
here.
Oh,
No, go ahead. Sorry, honey.
And I remember I was trying to get answers or questions about the Jewish belief system, and they told me simply that Yahweh was the only true God, and worshiping anything else was sending me to an eternity of fire, which sounds more adding up to like lines of Christian, but they claim to be Jewish.
So chances are that they were what we refer to as a messianic. They call themselves messianic Jews. Basically, they're basically Christians who like to appropriate Jewish rituals and Jewish sacred items. And the one thing that you can get all Jews to agree on is that messianic Christians are not actually Jews.
Are not
It's like the
actually.
one thing we all agree on. Um, I'm sorry, what was the original question?
What was your opinion on
Is
Yahweh?
SA real common in your church like it was in ours? Someone is asking before you leave.
Okay.
It was in
So
Christianity.
so first of all, we don't actually have churches. We have temples or synagogues. That's the proper term for it. And you know what? Jewish people are people. We're human beings. Um, some of us do really, really shitty things. And if I were to say to you that no, that never happens, that would be a lie. But I would not say that it happens like I think that's just common in all forms of um like religious leadership. That seems to be like a collective problem.
Okay.
Um yeah.
And then you know
Um
what bothers me about that is in the minds of the people, how they hide it. Like
yeah.
no one opens it. It makes me feel like religion makes people mentally distraught. Like, where are your morals when you see SA?
We we actually have like there are groups within like particularly in American Judaism, we have groups that are basically like we actively pursue like we follow up on reports of like SA that happens like in synagogues or yeshivas or something like and things like that. And they follow like those very closely. They like constantly tracking people. Like, you know, we have the people that are the problem, but we also have the people that are trying to solve the problem of our own volition. To answer your question about the name, so I have to admit, I get a little cringy whenever I hear the term Yahweh. It's not really a term or a name that we use like at all. It actually just gives me the giggles. So um, the more typical we differentiate between discussing God in casual conversation versus like the name that we use for God in prayer. Um, Typically, if you're talking to a Jewish person and they're talking about God and they're talking just like conversationally, they're
Hmm.
probably going to refer to Hashem, which literally translates as the name.
Okay.
And then when you're in, I'm gonna say it for educational purposes. The name that you'll find commonly most used in Judaism in prayer is Adonai.
Hmm.
Um,
Adonai?
mhm. And when so that the whole like Yahweh thing is basically has to do with kind of the Hebrew language and how the Hebrew language is read and our tradition of not wanting to speak the name of, you know, speak the full name of God kind of thing. But
Okay.
yeah, like none of us really use Yahweh. If someone uses Yahweh, I can guarantee you that they're not like they're some kind of like messianic or not Jewish at all, because it's
Yeah,
just
they're
something that
not Jewish.
we don't do.
Some of my spiritual friends use Yahweh. So that's you're definitely correct. Most of they're definitely not Jewish.
I do use Yahweh, but I kind of don't. I don't know. My opinion of the Jewish God is kind of shifting a little bit, but I don't think it was Yahweh personally. But I use Yahweh, and it's mostly just kind of to describe the Christian God, if anything,
I
depending
mean,
on of course, who you ask.
honestly, I would say do you. You know,
Do I?
what works for you is fine. I don't try to like, you know, shake my finger at people and be like no over that, but I won't be, I'm not gonna lie, like whenever I hear that, it does make me giggle a little bit.
Giggle.
Or when they try to use it in the context of like how Jews perceive God, it's like maybe not so much.
Thank you guys so much for joining. Listen, I could talk to you two all night because you guys are being very respectful, and I appreciate that. Let's give some clapping for the guests who have come in and been very respectful, who have two different belief systems.
No worries.
I appreciate that. I will definitely join you guys' open discussions in the future. And I have a couple of more guests that would like to come in. If they tend to have questions for you guys, of course, I will let you guys join back up. But I definitely appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Yes, of course, of course. All right.
I could talk to them all night, y'all. Like they were doing amazing. Of course, of course. Okay, let's see. We have some more people who want to come in. So we have Angelic Free.
Then we also have Mike Phoenix. And before you guys speak, thank you so much for joining and being a part of my live. I want you to mute your mics just because a couple of people asked, what do I believe in or what is a spiritualist? So I want to answer this real quick and then I will come back to you guys. But thank you for joining. So me as a spiritualist, I believe in a range of things. I'm eclectic. And you can look this word up. And what that means is where you have a range of different belief systems in spirituality. Now, that's me. That does not mean that I'm evil or incorrect. I just believe different. Most spiritualists believe in a connection to the true divine. They don't believe in having to connect to a god or a deity, even though some do work with deities and some do work with gods. The majority of the spiritualists do not believe that you have to work with anything to be connected to the divine. They believe in nature, they believe in time, and they believe in energy. Okay? So when you hear people saying that they're spiritualists, understand that they believe in energy, they believe in time, they believe in nature, they believe in the true divine that is. Like that it all works through God, the divine, whatever they call it. Everyone has a different name that they use, but that's what spiritualists are in a nutshell, even though there's differentials, okay? All right. Angelic frequency. Come on in, honey. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I am wonderful. I am awesome tonight. I decided to come in and have a live. It's been a while since I've had my conversations, so I felt the need to tonight after I got belittled in a Christian live for being stupid, angry, and dumb and needing to spend my time doing something else.
Well, I definitely don't think you're stupid because I see your earrings with the unk. So,
Thank you.
um, so I'm
Good
gonna
night.
I'm gonna tell you real quick what I believe in,
Okay,
and
sure.
it's very similar to spiritualist. I'm actually what you call a I forgot the term already. I just looked it up too.
Are you
It's where
esoteric
you
or are
find truth in
you
every single
eclectic?
religion. You know what I mean? You find truth in different parts in every single religion ever created. So, like, I'm going back in like a Sumerian
So
type of
you're
deal.
like me, you're eclectic, which is
Yes.
deriving ideas, styles, and tastes from A broad and
Omnitheist,
diverse
that's it.
range of sources, so kind of eclectic.
Yes, omniism.
Yes, omniism. That, yeah, I'm that too.
Yep, yep. So I'm very much well with you on the energies and the vibration part, and you know what I mean.
Okay.
And talking to deities, like my most famous familiar that I talk to on a daily basis is Gabriel.
Okay, nice.
So
So you deal with the archangels or the angels?
I actually okay. So I'm gonna pick your brain a little bit if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Come with it.
Okay, so do you know about the book or the 72, the greater and the lesser key of Solomon? Do you know anything about that?
You must have came into my live a little later. I actually know about the Greater and Lesser Key of Solomon, and I was reading a little bit of it and had to put it down. It was a bit of an experience. I was telling some of the people earlier in the live that they may not know, if they haven't read the book of Abram Malin, that Moses actually taught magic, but then I shut up. Because then they would
Yeah.
they would actually know that Moses was a Freemason, but I'm a hush. Go ahead. Yes, I know about it.
Okay. See, I hold the greater key. Now, my best friend. Okay. So once you hold, okay, for that to work, you have to know somebody who holds the key. It keeps getting
Yes, you
passed down
do.
and passed down and passed down.
It has to be passed
See,
down,
my
and it's
friend.
mostly passed down to men, not women.
Mm-hmm. So my friend, who's an opposite, complete polar opposite to me. So as I'm in the light, he's in the polar opposite. You know what I mean? So he holds the lesser key, and he explained, everything about that, side of it. And what makes sense and what blew me away is actually they work together in a sense where they both want to achieve the same thing for you, but one side wants energy, one side does not. Isn't that interesting?
Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I'm gonna definitely
And
have to
I've,
do
you know
some
what I mean.
additional
I've
research.
talked to these things, and they don't like me, but you know what I
They don't
mean.
like me either. They never liked me. I'm I'm one of the most hated ex-Christians on this app so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's funny because I could just be like, hey, Book of Enoch, you want to give that a read? Hey, did you know there was actually 72 or 73, I believe, or 72 more books or pages that were taken out of the Christian Bible? Wow. That's what I tell them.
I do that too, and then they tell me, where did you get that information from? All of that was a lie. And I go, lie? It's in history. What do you mean? Go look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yep.
ooh. Okay.
Anyway, I want to hear what Mike Phoenix has
Yes,
to
Mike
has to
Phoenix,
say.
come
What
on
his
in,
opinion?
honey.
I am one of those weird Christian people.
Okay.
But
I
the
won't
thing
boot
is,
you. Just don't start rebuking.
n- n- it's not for me to rebuke. That's not my job.
That's the
My
point that I'm
job is to
trying to
go
get
ahead.
to.
The thing is the way that I've been raised and the way I've researched, the way that I've been taught through reading and prayer, is to live my life as an example. And
Exactly.
when people come to me and they ask me what's different, then I share it.
Exactly. And
My my business.
that's what I expect for Christians to do, and that's not what happens. Like me, I do the same thing you do, even though I'm a spiritualist. Like they'll ask me questions and then I'll share it. I don't go badgering people at all. What use is it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to give you an example, there's a. I'm not going to call him a creator because he's not. Mostly destroys things. Um, on this, who claims to be a Christian, and I can't judge whether or not he is or not. That's not my place. But I'm looking at what he's doing and the rhetoric that he's spewing, and it hurts my heart to see him go and try and demean people into towing his line. And I don't get it.
You don't even
You,
have to name them. There's a few of them on this app doing it. I can name a few that I don't necessarily like because the way that they do it is just so messed up. But I'm not gonna do it because I don't want anyone to think that I'm talking against them. But there's a few of them on this app. I mean, they'll start rebuking. They'll start saying, where did you let the devil get to you? They never take the chance to find out why a person feels a particular way. A lot of the people who follow me left Christianity because they were hurt. They were years and years of hurt and essayed and abused and money laundered and used and why would that be any part of the devil? Yes, someone might have did it. That might have been a person and that has nothing to do with God and that has nothing to do with the Bible. But how about you find that out first? Because, I mean, some people have literally wanted to end their lives for the way that they were mistreated in some religions, and you have an audacity. You have the galls to think that people are incorrect for changing their faith when it was toxic to them. I don't like that.
okay. And when I now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to tell you what the way that I'm asking it.
Sure.
Okay. Do you mind if I pray for you? And the way that I would pray for you is that you have peace and prosperity in your life.
Um, I don't accept prayer from people because
Okay.
when I was in Christianity, I didn't even accept prayer from people in the altar. Here's why. Even if people are claiming that there is a particular thing that they're going to say when they touch or pray for you and things of that nature, you may not necessarily know everyone's spirit. Right? So when I was a minister's wife as a ex first lady, I did not allow everyone to pray for me. I did not allow everyone to touch me or put their energy on me. I never accept prayer from anyone. Unless I have a actual spiritual leader above me and I've already gone through years of research and training and stuff. So I am a spiritual life coach. I pray at my altar between me and God. I have come into my peace and I am helping and advocating for other people. Prayer is definitely a huge energy exchange, so I accept it from no one. Not even
Okay.
being disrespectful. I appreciate what you said you were going to do. Thank
You,
you.
you you're not being disrespectful, and the respectful part of me is saying that's why I asked,
Exactly.
because I'm not going to go ahead and pray for someone who doesn't want to be prayed for. But
Exactly.
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pray for my kids.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because
And most people don't do that in Christianity. They just start praying and I rebuke you and Satan this and Satan that. And you are one of the few Christians who I have even heard of on this app who says, "Hey, let me ask you." And you may not have even wanted to pray right then and there, but you were giving an example of you as a Christian like, "Hey, I'm going to ask. I'm not going to force this upon you." Right?
it's
And
all about consent.
yeah, but most people don't ask, unfortunately. They don't. Um, how do you feel about, let me ask you a question since you are a Christian. Um, how do you feel about other religions? And the reason why I'm asking is this. There are over 4,000 religions in the world. Who's
Hmm.
to say which way is the only way? And I know that Christians believe that they know that things are the only way because of history. And hey, there's a lot of history in many religions and many spiritual belief systems, a huge amount of history. So, how do you feel when someone chooses to do something different than Christianity? What do
Can
you
I
say
add
to
on to
that?
that question?
Yeah, sure.
Also on top of that, all the other books that has to do with like Moses and very key figures on your religion, like all the other books that are written about them and their testament, and like for instance, the Book of Enoch, for instance.
I'm not as familiar with those particular books, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm actually starting to go ahead and reach out to look at those so I can go ahead and page through them. because I don't know everything. I'm a human freaking being,
Yep.
and you
Like
know,
this Christian.
um,
So do I.
I was talking with some Muslims earlier today. I'm reading the Quran.
Knowledge is power.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
You
I
don't
was talking with.
you
I was
don't
talking go ahead.
no, you're fine. You don't have to be of a certain faith to read a different book. Like me being a spiritualist, I'm learning about Yoruba. I'm learning about the Orishas. I'm learning about voodoo, original voodoo before it changed into voodoo and hoodoo. I'm learning about the Gelagichi. I'm learning about so many different things in the Black culture that it's crazy to see how people were being treated and how people were offed for their belief system. It's out it's it's outlandish the things that I've come across.
You have to
Yeah,
dive in the dark to protect from the dark.
I've been on the dark side. Trust me. My path is not clean, but I'm growing stronger every day.
Well, I thank you so much for joining and I thank you for giving, how you feel. And thank you for being very respectful. And I wish more Christians thought like you, where, hey, if you don't want to be prayed for, if you don't want certain things, I'm not gonna force it on you, right? I wish more people thought like that because honestly, that's one reason why I left Christianity on top of many other reasons. Like you can't force someone to do anything. People are human, and they're meant to be different. If we weren't meant to be different, well, when they were arguing in the Bible and God decided to give everybody different languages, we wouldn't have all different languages. But let me hush.
I will say one thing. Some of the languages. So used to work as a city bus driver for 5 years.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I've heard probably 100 languages.
Oh, wow.
It's. I mean, some of the languages that I've heard were beautiful. I mean, just I heard someone who was speaking in Swahili uh, about about a year ago,
Uh-huh.
and I'll tell you something that made me smile
Uh-huh.
because I heard two words that I recognized:
And what was that?
Hakuna Matata.
Wow. I'm done
That
here.
actually is Swahili. That means like don't worry about it. No worries, no problem.
I never knew that. Look, stop playing. I'm
I'm not
going.
playing. I'm dead serious.
Wow. Okay, okay.
But I
Um,
mean, I've heard Russian, Estonian. I've heard Vietnamese, Korean.
I've heard a few different languages too. I actually just talked to someone on this app last week from Croatia, and
Oh,
then
that's a
New
gorgeous
Zealand.
language.
Yeah, so I got a chance to learn that over there they know nothing about Christianity.
Hmm.
Okay, I have a question for actually both of you. Now, okay, did you know what happened or the public figure that's going on right now in the Jewish culture? That they're claiming that they found their Messiah?
Oh yes, I heard about that.
Yeah.
I have not.
Okay, so this is going on right now. See, as I said, I'm omniist, right? So I believe that every religion is a puzzle, or a puzzle piece rather, to finding the truth. Now,
Well,
in my
well, we
opinion,
have a
God
Jew
would not.
here. She said it was. She said that's fake.
It's fake.
I heard it was like a real thing though.
Yeah, because there's way too many people around that guy, and just in a public area where it's just like it doesn't seem fake. And if it was a fake video, they did a really really good job.
Well, you got to think
But in
about
my
it.
belief,
You got to think
In
about
my
it.
belief.
People tend to worship other beings, right? So, like me being a loving individual and giving everybody the opportunity to speak their truth, right? People could start worshiping me. You believing something different, people could start worshiping you. Him being a different type of Christian, people could start worshiping him. Like people tend to be all over the place and feel the need to have something to believe in, and when they see any bit of power or any bit of change or something that's like huge, they go all over the place. And you have to think about it. The gods in the Bible and even the gods in other books, most of them loved and needed to be worshipped. That's what gave them power. So if this man is being worshipped by individuals, they're basically giving him power. That's
Mm-hmm.
You can do that with any human being. You can worship the crap out of your child right now, and other people can start worshiping that individual, and that baby will have power, right? Because they believe
Mm-hmm.
the truth is a faith. Excuse me, truth is a belief or a fact that is accepted to be true, and at that moment, those people are accepting that situation to be true, and they're giving it power.
Yeah.
Um, do you guys mind if I share something real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I found out something about my kids today, and I'm kind of tickled pink. My 9-year-old little boy asked the cashier at Walmart how eggs formed inside a chicken. He is reading right now at 111 words a minute with a 95% comprehension.
Oh wow, he's
I
really
was
smart.
I was and then my daughter's in AP biology was trying to explain to my ex-wife about how cellular biology worked. My ex-wife said, "Can you dumb that down so I can understand what you're saying?"
Mm.
Oh wow.
So,
Wow.
um, I did have one comment for Cupcake.
Sure.
I've seen her in a
And then I
couple of
have a couple
lives.
of other people who would like to come in. So I would like for you guys to
Great.
state whatever you want to state, and then I can get you guys down and pull them in. But go ahead.
Okay. So, Cupcake, I appreciate you. I thank you for the words of wisdom that you lay out, and I thank you for the fact that you don't attack people, that you go ahead and you try to give people answers to the best of your ability. I appreciate that. As far as me, I believe in Jesus Christ,
Okay.
and if you guys want to learn more about him by asking me questions, you're more than welcome to. I go live on occasion, and I don't do hate. Period.
I don't do it either. I don't do bullying.
Mm-hmm.
So most definitely, thank you for joining. I believe you're probably the first Christian that in a while that I will probably befriend. To be very honest with you, on this app, I don't like a lot of the hate that I see. Um, and so I just sent you a follow there, and you as well, Angelic. Now guys, once I get past a certain amount of follows, TikTok only lets you follow 10,000 people, so please don't get mad if I don't follow everybody back, but I will do my best to follow as many as I can. Thank you, Mike.
I,
Thank you.
I bid you adieu.
Yes. Enjoy your night. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Take care. Have a
See
good
ya,
day,
Mike.
Angelic.
Angelic, did you have
You too,
anything
man.
else you wanted to say, sweetie?
Yes, I actually do.
Okay,
Now,
sure.
I have questions for you.
Sure.
Now, this is more on just like a high tier level. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So what is your spiritual bloodline? Do you know what that means?
Tell me what that means before I answer it.
Okay, so spiritual bloodline is a lot of things, a lot of different things, a lot of different meanings. So the meaning that I'm gonna go after is more of a different type of race that people don't know, or that they're tend to starting to know now, but not the full side of it, like more of like an Anunnaki or uh, type of deal. You know what I mean?
Okay. So,
So for me, I'm gonna tell you what my spiritual bloodline lies,
okay.
and then if you have questions about it, you could ask me and how I figured it out.
Okay, sure.
Mine is split between the seraphim and the Ophrim.
Okay. Yeah, now how did you figure that out? Because the only thing that I do know about me and my heritage is that I am Creole, Native American, Black Creole and Native American, which would be, more so my racial bloodline.
Yes. So that sounds that could be like maybe an Anunnaki, but Anunnaki were more delved into the Egyptian side. That makes sense.
That would explain why I like some of the Egyptian things, but okay, go ahead.
That's the first thing I noticed about you with the ungs, and I was like, oh boy.
Let me add these two people in.
So
Go
how
ahead and
I
say
came
what
to
you were getting ready to say, and then I'm gonna add these two people in, and then when you're done, you can drop down, sweetie. Mute your mics,
okay.
guys. Thank you for joining. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hello.
so from where
I'm sorry, sweetie.
So
Go
from
ahead.
wait, what's going on? I'm so confused.
No, I apologize.
no,
I just
no,
wanted
you're
to say
fine.
hello and let you finish what you were going to say.
Of course.
Oh,
Thank you for
okay. Oh,
joining.
you're
Mute your
fine.
mics, guys. Go ahead, Angelic.
Okay, so from where I found out all this is through a long, long spiritual journey, and this only happened maybe 6 months ago.
Okay.
So I'm not going to tell you my whole spiritual journey because I'll be here for 3 hours. You know what I mean? But basically, I had a bunch of visions, and I've came in contact with. Recently found out was Gabriel.
Okay.
And he told me a bunch of this, and then eventually conscious merge type of deal. But anyway, from that, I asked a spiritual question in that sense, and I said, who am I? Like, what am I? Who am I? Because I've started to do research on the Anunnaki, the Palladians, the what do you call them? The blue people. What are they? And the Greys and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they told me you aren't any of that. You come from a more higher divinity. They said.
Okay.
You were what they call the burning ones, and I heard that, and I saw myself like where I was meditating on fire, but not on fire like in a hurtful way, more of like a holy fire.
Okay.
Like
kind
a
of like
bluish
in
whitish
Christianity,
flame.
catch the Holy Ghost.
Yes.
Okay.
But the funny part is I didn't look like my picture that I have on my profile picture. I look completely different than that. Now, the crazy part was that I asked, okay, what is this? What are you showing me? And they told me, you were from the Seraphimic bloodline. You were from the Ophrim
Hold on,
bloodline.
angelic frequency. 1 second. So for the one who said that I can only see dark matter, my guy said he's an angel. I'm gonna need some of y'all to actually look up what the description of angels look like. They're not all pretty, sweetie. Go ahead.
They're not. You're correct. They're not all pretty. They actually, they're frightening looking. But after that, I didn't look like what I look like right now. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I did research onto that, and then one day I said it again. Okay, what does this all mean? What does this all mean? So I get nothing. Like the energy was dead. But all of a sudden I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch a YouTube video on like Call of Duty or something. I forget what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I open up this YouTube video, and you know how you get like a bunch of YouTube ads and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is before I knew anything about Gabriel. And about maybe a second later, there's an ad playing, and I was like, all right, might as well just watch this out, because I was just watching TikTok. And then all of a sudden I was intrigued to watch it and just finish it.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end, it was a movie trailer, and the movie trailer was called I Am Gabriel. Isn't that wild?
Interesting.
It's crazy, but ever since then I've been starting to do research on just angelic things. You know what I mean? Like
So you like
Enochian,
dealing
like
with the
angel
angels.
magic.
So you like
Stuff like that.
You like dealing with the angels, like doing angel basically how Catholicism prays to the saints and how Yoruba prays to the ancestors. You like dealing with the angels.
Yes, I do like dealing with the angels, but another thing is, here's a question for you real quick before I go.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that somebody can embody certain beings?
Um,
Like their vessel is strictly made for that being?
I believe that people have the ability to deem that they may be embodying a being only because coming from New Orleans, Louisiana, I've actually seen some crazy things and you couldn't tell me I wasn't seeing what I was seeing. And that comes from seeing voodoo and hoodoo priestess do their, spirituality and be
Yep.
embodied by an individual. And also in Christianity, actually seeing people do weird crap because they think they're filled with demons. Like I've seen a lot of stuff throughout my time frame. So I would never say that no one is not experiencing what they've experienced, because you ain't gonna tell me my eyes didn't see what I saw when I was a kid.
Yeah. So one thing I am going to say, and this is something that I shouldn't be saying, but when before I started to become spiritual and stuff like that, I met someone in my life who claimed, and I truly do believe him,
Uh-huh.
claimed to be the vessel of Samael or Lucifer or whoever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And this person, and I firmly do believe that he is, because when he talks, when he gets in a spiritual state, it's not him speaking. You know what I mean? And it will say its name and stuff like that. So for me to talk to that person was not, I mean, it was intriguing, but it wasn't, like, oh God, you know what I mean? What is going on here?
Okay.
And the crazy part is it felt like I was talking to somebody who, like a family member that died, you know what I mean? Which is weird.
Is somebody in your ancestry. Most nope. I'm not gonna do that. This isn't that live. So someone in your
You can ask
heritage.
me it if you want
Someone in your
on
heritage may
DM.
have had a connection like that where they used to use their gifts to be medium. And so you were able to channel because that comes from somewhere in your heritage. And I can tell you
So
that because as a spiritual life coach, I'm a seer, but we're not going to have that conversation on this live. Um, this
I do
isn't
know
one
my
of those
past lives,
lives.
though. I only had 3.
You have
People
what?
say that I had more, but I only had 3.
Okay. Okay.
I could tell you who they are if you
It's
want.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. Well, listen, when I have my other lives, we can have those conversations, because I like to keep my conversational lives conversational, and then my spiritual lives as a seer spiritual. And as you keep talking, there are some things that I sense, and I'm not gonna do that on this live. Okay.
Okay. Well,
But you're welcome to join anytime. Okay.
okay. Just give me a message if you ever want to, delve deep into me, if that makes sense, in a
Yes, I got.
spiritual way.
Actually, okay. Listen. I don't do messages like that. There are 4 bot accounts trying to make me look bad because they were a part of my live where I described a woman's sister, hair, nails, the way she crossed her leg, and everything. And everybody in the live said, wow, what the heck? What is this? Whatever. And so they immediately started copycatting, and then they started sending people messages and trying to beg them for money. So I don't do that. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
he was
Okay.
there. And so I have bots. So what I want you to do is in my bio, click sign up, send me your name, your number, and send me a note, and I will call you and I will reach out to you, and we'll do it that way.
Okay,
Okay.
wait.
Got you. We can become good friends. Okay. You enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for joining, and you can come anytime, sweetheart. All right. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Um, Now I'm not sure who joined first, so I'm gonna go with Spirit-Filled Believer, and then after that, Rhymed Beauty, Spirit-Filled. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I have new headphones, so you know how that goes. So,
So so for the ladies who
uh,
were asking what I was doing, I'm sorry, before you speak.
oh no,
Yes,
go ahead, sweetheart.
yes, I do also do nails. I was finishing up my wedding nails. I'm getting married this month.
Nice.
Okay, so
Congratulations.
yes, I do nails, but this is not that live. Okay, if you click the link in my bio, you can follow all my social media and reach out to me about any of my nail stuff that I
I'm
do
on a live
and any of
video.
my spiritual stuff that I do. Okay, all right, back to the conversation. Sorry, I don't like to ignore people. Go ahead, Spirited.
Oh no, you're absolutely fine. I'm a very patient person. I have 4 kids.
I have four
Single
kids.
mom, so patience is kind of one of the job requirements.
Okay.
um, first of all, I think you're beautiful.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Listen, I
You're
appreciate that.
welcome. Yes. And I have been diving into this other world. I was a Jehovah's Witness for most of my childhood. And I got I ask a lot of questions, but they're like politicians. You ever notice that? You ask a Christian or you ask somebody, an elder, ask them a question, and then they ask you a question back. You're like, no, no.
Most definitely. You're like, come on, guys. I'm really
Yeah,
asking a question. Tell me
yeah,
what you honestly know. And if you don't know, I can go look it up. But I'm just trying to
y-
ask you what's up here.
yeah, exactly. It was crazy. And I became a Scientologist for about 20 years.
Okay.
Um, and then I went back to be a born again Christian. And then I, I don't believe in coincidences. I just don't.
Okay.
I was in a car accident in January, and so I really wasn't able to go to work. So I'm a little ADHD. I've got to be active all the time, and I'm not. And so I at least have to keep my mind active in order to remain sane. Well, I
Got
kept
you.
running into right, running into all these just different. Something was telling me, just like learning about the Roman CC and how they've come to what they know, and pulling stuff from the Nag Hammadi library and the Cabal, because don't listen to the Cabal, they're devil worshippers. The first
Now,
thing
are
I
you
wanted,
talking about the people who are you talking about the Kabbalah?
the Kabbalah, yes,
Yes. I've done my research on the
and
Kabbalah that I don't know why they would even think that people were devil worshippers. So
I, I know,
for people
I
who are
know, and
listening to this live, if you don't know anything about the Kabbalah, research it yourself. The
oh yeah,
Kabbalah teaches the true pathway to God, and it talks
yes,
about how on
yes,
one side of the tree you're a logical thinker, and on the other side of the tree you're more. Those people are more spiritual thinkers, and through
right,
life you tend to go through being logical, spiritual, flipping
mm-hmm,
and going up this tree in different ways and
mm-hmm.
paths, and the Kabbalah is very interesting. Please research it.
Yes. Yes. And it's
Go
the
ahead
divine
and spell it
feminine and the
for the
divine
lady in the comments because they spell it two different ways. So if you can tell her the newer one, it's Kabbalah something
oh,
like that. If I'm
yeah, if you just put in Kabbalah, you say Kabbalah or
hold on one
Cabal,
second. I
either of
got you.
those it'll come up.
I got you.
Um
Hold on.
but
Because they spell it two different
I
ways, so I want to make sure I get the right one for you. Kabba. So for the
KB but there's got to be
Kabbalah,
an H in there. There's an H in there someplace.
Kabbalah.
There we go.
Now there's another way to spell it too, but that's the way that it's spelled now.
Yeah. Oh, and there's stuff in there like for instance, I
You're
had
welcome.
I had a revelation about because there's stuff that they don't put in the mainstream stuff. So I've been digging deep, and it has a lot to do with sacred geometry as well.
Hmm.
And yes, I don't even know how to explain it. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
But it's the divine feminine and the divine masculine. The divine feminine is a circle or a sphere, and the
Mhm.
divine masculine is the square. So
Okay.
those two, and the big revelation that I had, which is so cool, is that the reason why, and I'm not, I love everybody. The reason why things are kind of breaking free, there's more people becoming more feminine and women becoming more masculine is because the balance of the two has been like, the female divine feminine has been in this inside the square for so long that it's breaking out. The veil's being lifted. So everybody's like, whoo, I get to be free now on a
Mhm.
spiritual dimensional level.
Yes, because you
And,
have to remember, like when religion came in to kind of control the spirit of,
yes,
spirituality. So the things that
yeah,
you did believe in and the power that you thought that you had, religion said, "Nah, baby, I'm sorry. I want you to follow this. I don't care about what you think is right. This what you gonna follow."
right, right. Absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
But I was a born again Christian. I actually had to break up with my boyfriend of 8 years, and a
I
lot of
broke up
other
with my
different
husband
reasons.
of 8 years because go ahead.
Yeah, because he just wasn't there. I couldn't get him there, and I realized I heard from this lady. I can't remember her name, but the people who are awake, they're awake, and they're awake, and the people that are not, you can't mess with because they're not there yet. And there's nothing you can do to try to convince them or
And
show them the
And it's
light.
okay if they never get there because it's not our job
Exactly.
to force anything on
No.
anyone, right?
Their
When
journey.
you know, but at the same
Yeah.
time, just like when Christianity feels the same way, when you know, okay, I'm gonna let you think that.
Okay.
Just like
Yeah.
y'all feel y'all gonna let us think that. Do what you do.
No, they don't. They do not let us think that. Come
They
on.
don't. But we
No.
don't. We don't force it. We do not force it.
No.
Think what you think.
Well, what you resist, you become. So,
But hold on one
so
second, Spirit Field. Let me let
sure,
her
absolutely.
Rhyme It Beauty speak as well. Hi, honey.
Sure.
Thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Um, Thank you so much. And it's pronounced remedy. It's just spelled really funky. But
Okay, Remedy. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I was just in a live. There was a Christian led live, and they were, saying, talking about Christianity and everything like that. And I'm not opposed to Christianity. I don't consider myself a Christian. I'll probably lose some followers, but no, I'm not a Christian. Um, but I do believe that there was a Christ,
Okay.
and I do, yeah, I'm the type. Well, I've learned in my journey, and I said this in the last um live as well.
Okay.
It's a journey for everyone. Everyone is on their their everyone is at a different pace in their journey, right?
Correct.
So knock anyone's I don't like anyone's belief because actually I believe it's all the same thing. We're just getting different versions of it. That's my opinion.
I believe that too. Ooh,
So,
and they hate me when I say that.
oh girl,
Oh, I
they
know.
They kill me on this
uh,
app. I have a Christian, J Rob and Jamal. Like they kill me in conversations
oh,
with my
that's fun. I was
atheist
just
friends. They be in there.
cool though. Yeah, I was just on his live, and he was cool. He was very respectful. But I come to people with love and understanding because one thing I won't do is bash you for where you are in life. Okay?
There.
Because either I've been there, I'm on the way there, or I ain't got there yet. So
That's it.
I'm just not gonna do all of that.
Somebody put some claps in the chat for her. Come
Thank
on,
you. Thank
y'all. Somebody put some claps in the chat for her because that is exactly how I feel. I don't have, why do I have to bash you because you're different and continue to tell you that you're wrong? Because my belief system is proven for over 2,000 years that it's superior to your belief system. What if my belief system is older than yours? You gonna say I'm wrong too?
Exactly.
Right.
What if, because I travel through dimensions, right? Um, I feel I do. I've always done this even as a kid. Like I'm a dreamer, right? And I'm a seer.
Me too.
So and so it's like I know I've been plenty of places and I've seen many of things. So it's like it doesn't even sit well in my spirit to say that this one is wrong and this one is right. Because I just say, yep, you're right. Are you Muslim? You're right. You a Christian? You're right. Are you Hindu? You're right.
I mean, because at that point, I mean, what you gonna do? Like me, people try to tell me, oh, you know, your gifts are you're being used by the devil. So you're gonna mean to tell me at 15 years old, when I seen my dad pass away, and I seen everything in the dream happen to a T, and then at the age of 16, he died the way that he died in my dream, and everything that happened in the dream happened in real life. You're going to tell me all the futuristic events that I get in my dreams that actually happen are from the devil? Okay.
It's from dimension and it's from you. It's from you, I believe, in another dimension preparing you for that.
Exactly.
That's what I believe. But I've been called my share of crazy. So
I think it's awesome that you believe that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Dreams are a reality, especially if you remember them. They are
oh I
definitely a reality. If you remember them, it is very, very important to write them hoes down.
oh girl, I can interpret dreams. I am the bomb at that. I
I
have
do
a
too.
gift.
I do too. That's
You do
what's up. Look,
like,
I'm gonna have to follow you. You're gonna have to come into my lives when I'm doing when we do dream interpretations. I need an additional person
oh, I
when
would
I
love
do those.
to go live by myself.
I'm gonna click you. I'm gonna hit you with a follow, and then I'll also join you when you do any of those types of lives.
Oh, you know what? You will probably give me the courage to do that because I don't go live.
You don't
But I don't. I do not. But
listen.
I've been tugging me to go live.
Do it.
But mm,
I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, I was afraid to go live, and then we'll get back to the topic at hand, but I'm gonna say this. I was afraid to go live because as a seer, I do tarot readings for people, right? But there's so many people, both fake and real, on this app getting money out of people. And I said, God, I know I'm a spiritual life coach. I know I'm meant to help people. And TikTok is one of the fastest ways to be able to build my following and to be able to get the word out there. I don't know if I want to do it because there's so much fake on the app. How do I differentiate myself? And the spirit of the divine, I prayed and I said, you know what? Give me a sign that says I'm doing the right thing. And I woke up at exactly 4:44 in the morning. And
mm,
444 means that the spirit of the divine is with you and covering you and you are on the correct path, like you're on the right path, and they're watching over you. And when I got that sign, I said, you know what? F it. Fine. I'm going to get online and I'm going to help people. And as many people who try to talk against me, we remove them, we block them. You know what I mean?
mm,
Because I'm out here helping people and actually getting people through certain things in life, helping people with deconstruction and helping people with religious trauma and spiritual abuse and helping people be the best that they can be mentally, being an unconventional type of therapist, being a spiritual life coach. And those many people that I help, it surpasses the bullshit that tends to come to me. So I say do it.
okay. And you know what's so crazy too? I'm gonna say this and then I'll drop because I'm kind of sleepy.
Sure.
Well, I'm gonna say, I heard you saying earlier that you were a minister's wife.
I was.
Um, I can relate to that because so was I.
Oh,
And
wow.
uh-huh. And I've been ordained as an evangelist and a prophetess in my church when I was
I was too.
um a full blown Christian. And I still hold, very close ties to my elder at one of my churches. So that's a lot of things that kind of stopped me too, because I actually do cards too, but I do more numerology with numbers and everything like that.
Nice.
I read with playing cards. So, because I read numbers. So, but I've been like withholding myself from doing that because they're like, oh, that's what is it called? Not inaccuracy, but what is it? Um,
Divination.
yeah, divination. They're like that's a form of divination. It's from the devil, but I just don't
It's
feel it.
not from the devil. Divination is a tool. So anything you
Just
use, a card, a pendulum board, dowsing rods, whatever it is a form of connecting with the divine through tools. It's nothing evil about it. Just continue to do your research, and when you feel comfortable, go for it.
That's
mhm.
alchemy.
Yeah, it is. And you know what's crazy? When I was in, and this is gonna be so crazy. I hope I don't lose people with this, but when I was in Christianity really deep, right? I'm gonna say I was always I was always very gifted because I've been gifted since a child. It's just something that came very natural to me. But I was miserable.
Yes, you're correct. Using the Bible can be a form of divination. They tend to pray and use scriptures and put pictures in scriptures and do so many things.
Oh, they
Just
do. Yeah.
go ahead. Go
And
ahead. Finish talking, honey.
I was gonna say I was miserable in church, but when I got out and I started, reading outside the Bible and everything like that, and researching religions and spirituality and everything like that, I found a sense of liberation. And I also learned that a lot of the things that we do in the church is no different from hoodoo, and a lot of the the black not black but African spirituality. So to me it's like they can down things, but once you go outside and you just it says even in the Bible to study yourself approved, right? And so if you study and you see that outside of the Bible, it's just like it's not that different. A lot of the things are not that different. It's just different characters. And when they're talking about like in voodoo, when they're talking about mounting and a spirit mounting the person and things like that, that's exactly what happens when you catch the Holy when you're in a Christian church. But you better not say that though, because then you'll be, you know, shunned upon and everything like that. But I just really that's my message. I want people to know that we're more alike than we are different in every way. And we will find that we are closer if we were to just lead with love instead of judgment.
There we go. There we go. And that's what I'm all about when it comes to my page, and I don't allow bullying. So you are welcome anytime, Remedy. And I want to say this. I want to say this to you.
Okay.
Don't worry about losing people, because you will come to find out if you were losing those people,
Yeah.
they weren't your friends and they weren't your family in the first
Yeah.
place. And I want you to
Mhm.
know this, that as you begin to open up your spirituality and you walk in the path that you feel you were called to do to help people, because you're a true person who wants to walk in love, you're going to find yourself connected to a different type of group of people who you are going to find out are more loving and caring than the church people that you were around. And those same people who have talked against you and have a problem with what you decide to do are going to be those same people who will need your help in the future.
Oh, I love that. And can I say this one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. So I keep saying one last thing, just like the church, huh? But what I was gonna say, so I own a beauty supply store and a braiding salon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my space is like 3,500 square feet, and I have a space in my store that's just empty because I don't have enough, stuff to fill it up. And I had got a suggestion the other day when I was on TikTok to do a spiritual thing, like a spiritual shop in that space,
Yes,
and I want to move forward with that.
do it.
Um,
And if you need help with manifestation, if you were a part of Christianity and it's been hard to like deconstruct, if you
exactly.
need some tips on anything, reach out to me and I'll help you out. Because I'm going to build one when I move out of the state that I'm in. And a couple of my businesses I have trademarked. Moon Goddess Nails, which is my nail business. I've trademarked my business. So if you need help with trademarks, you need help with any information on where to get the best suppliers, whatever you need help with, I will help you out with that, sweetie.
Oh, I love that. And I will be willing to too if you wanted to sell in my store, put your products in there.
Yes,
Definitely,
ma'am.
because
Yes,
that's what
ma'am.
I'm
We
missing.
can definitely, because I'm going to be making some oils and doing some things for my people because they asked for it. And
Absolutely.
so most definitely we can talk. Matter of fact, do me a favor when you get off here before you go to sleep.
Okay.
Click my the link in my bio. There's a thing that says sign up. Send me your name, your number, your email, and a little note about your spiritual store, and I'll know exactly who you are, and I'll call you. We'll talk.
Oh, you're gonna know. You're not gonna forget my name, so you'll know who I am.
Oh yeah, put your name in there. But I'll remember who you are. But put your name in there. I'm CC. Um, and so trust me, I'll remember you.
Okay, I'm following you now.
Okay, and
All right.
I'm following you back, and I appreciate you, honey.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, you're welcome. You're welcome. Y'all send some claps in the chat. They beautiful. That listen. I love it.
All right. It was somebody else who joined in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Who would like to join? Let's accept and then let's accept.
And then accept. Give me a second.
Hello.
Um, hey,
Hi.
hey. Well, first and foremost, thank you guys for joining. I am very, very respectful with these lives, as you guys can see. And I appreciate you guys joining in the conversation today. I would like to start with Loving. She was sitting there first, and then Savage, and then Conjure. I just accepted them wrong.
No, you're fine. So I've been listening to this live, and I agree with everyone is saying. Me myself, I grew up with a family that was very spiritual. Um, it wasn't something that was immediately taught to me. It was something that came to me naturally. And then I started going to my family about, certain experiences that I would have, certain things that I would see. And then they started talking to me about that. But,
Okay.
in the midst of that, I realized everything is one and the same. I think like Remedy was saying, no religion or practice is really that much different. I think that your lineage, where you're born and where you come from, plays a part in that perspective of what deities or spirits or just guides that you go towards. But it still
Mhm.
comes from a source, and it still comes from that same like energy.
Most
Like
definitely.
regardless of what practice that you're in, they all have different aspects, they all have different names, and it's all the same thing. So even though I'm spiritual and like I'm somebody, I have like visions too, I have dreams, I've seen things, like I've dealt with like mediumship, I do divination, I still believe in God because of the things that I've been through. Like I've went through a near death experience, and even that in itself changed me. It's certain things that you feel and see when you go through things like that, and
Yeah.
it's no denying it. And I think
No.
that it's hard for, like, it's some people that don't experience that, so they can't understand it. But
And
it's
then there's some
very
people who's
hard to,
blocked to it because they don't want to
exactly.
necessarily believe in anything else but logics and reality.
But then they go through, like, I've read stories, like, people that are atheists that go through like near death experience, or something just happens one day and they realize, oh, these things do exist. And that it's hard. I think that especially with Christianity, like it's pushed so much. Like that is like one of the most popular religions, that we have. And it's pushed so much, and it's just like my mother's side of my family is very spiritual. My father's side is actually Christian. So
Okay.
when I would come to them with like
if I would say something, like I would really start scaring them. They like, how do you know that? Why are you doing that? Like, just like you were saying, like, how do you know if this is not the devil's work? And I'm like, it's not the devil's work because I could. This is something that was given to me. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom's side might understand, but this is something that was given to me. Like I grew up with these gifts, being able to pick up on things or have visions or warn people. Like
But isn't that the
that's
same thing in the church? The church calls it discernment.
exactly.
The church calls it, prophesying. So like, why is it the devil? Even if it's used differently, isn't
In
it
a
the
different
same type
way.
of thing?
And I won't lie. And because of how energetically open I am and just certain travels that I've had, and also because of my near death experience, like I've seen some things. I got to a place where I was being spiritually attacked, and I do believe in prayer. Like I do believe in prayer. I've said prayers and I could feel things lift up off of me. I could feel this my space change. Like I've stopped getting attacked by being consistent with my cleansings, prayers, combining all of these rituals from different different things, different practices, and it still works. It's just about that intention and that energy. But
Yes, it is.
people tend to people just tend to demonize it because they don't understand it, and they haven't that's just not that's just not their journey. That's it's simply that. Sometimes that's just not their journey. And it's some people that are open, like we're having this conversation and we could be respectful to each other and understand, like it still comes from the same place, like it still comes from that love, that energy, like that wanting to connect with source. And we may all I also believe that we all have different creators, which is why we have different things that we worship, or
Okay.
certain aspects manifest themselves to people, because we come from different creators based off our spirit. That's something that I also believe.
Interesting.
Um,
Interesting. Okay.
so it's a very very just tricky thing when it comes to just Christianity or religion, period. And I think that it takes a lot for them to be open minded about other things, regardless if that's divination or oils. Like I've seen people be like, "Oh my gosh, like you're burning this. Do you know that's do that? You know that's like the devil's word. Do you know like using crystals? God doesn't like that." And it's just like, how could you tell me that if I know how I feel when I
Next
use
time,
these things?
next time somebody tell you using crystals is of the devil, tell them to go read their Bible and ask what the 12 stones were
Hello,
on Solomon's vest,
hello,
and then
yes,
come back to you. Tell them to go
it's right
read.
there.
Tell them
It's
to
in
go read
there.
that and come back to you, and then ask me how this is of the devil, because it was on Solomon's vest. They named 12 of them in the Bible, literally.
I will.
See, I
Better
used to
yet,
preach.
read
I
Psalms
used to be a preacher's
51.
wife, so like I know so many things when they come to
Yeah.
me. I be looking at them like.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on one second, loving. Savage, how are you, sweetie? You're muted. Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, I just realized that.
You're fine.
I'm good. How's everyone doing?
Oh, we're wonderful. We're wonderful. We're wonderful. Thank you for joining the conversation, by the way.
Thank you for having me.
Most definitely. How do you feel about what's being talked about?
Oh, actually, I was scrolling through and I saw ex-Christian turned spiritualist, and so the spirit within me automatically identified, and I was pulled to hear your dialogue because I'm interested.
Okay, okay. What do you believe in? We heard
Ooh.
what loving believes in. What do you believe in?
That's kind of hard because I renounced my faith in Christianity as of 2020. I've been deep in my research and my studies for the past 2 years, not realizing like where I'm at currently now. I haven't realized I've actually been in research and studies for years now, ever since Sunday school. Whenever I began to ask questions, because of the math not mathing, right? But I guess you would say most people would consider me agnostic, which I don't. I don't subscribe to that because I follow the ancestors. And I want to correct that. I don't believe in the ancestors because the ancestors were actually they were actually here. There's not only proof to substantiate that, but they were actually here. So in following what they knew, people like the scientific community, more
So you're
specifically
kind of
colonial science.
atheist, kind of not.
I wouldn't say I was atheist. I would say because I do believe in superstition, intuition, and that there's no explanation to that. There's no explanation to that, and I believe there's a reason. Is because it doesn't need to make sense. It just is. So, for I guess really my answer would be whatever the ancestors knew is what I'm pursuing.
You know, I agree with you. So at one point in one of my lives, and I put these lives on my YouTube because a lot of my people are really interested with the fact that I allow so many different dialects of people to come in and tell their belief system, and they all get to learn something new from each one, right? So I put these on my YouTube. But I previously stated in one of my YouTubes that I didn't do hoodoo and voodoo, even though my ancestors were slaves. I've researched it. I found out. I said that I didn't do it because I didn't like the idea of putting curses on people, and then I actually realized that now researching about my heritage. It wasn't about curses. It's all about the intention, which I knew that because being a spiritual life coach, I've been a spiritualist for over 7 years. But I was
Mm,
scared to get into my actual heritage.
yeah.
Well, Christianity did that to you, right? Um, and so you come to find out that the curses really came into play when they were being mistreated by their slave owners, and a lot of the things that happened to them, they would do stuff to people so that they could go back to, um, like Marie Laveau and other, many ancestors out there who practice. You would only be able to get it removed by going to those people. And then, eventually these slave owners would stop mistreating and hurting people from what happened to them. So they were doing it because of what happened and not just doing it to harm people. You know what I mean? So I had to do a lot of research. So I'm not mad at you for really following your ancestors and loving. I love what you follow as well. Um, One moment savage, conjure. What do you believe in, baby? And then I'm gonna let you guys, of course, go back and forth with whatever y'all want to talk about and let
Okay.
whoever join.
Well, first, I want to say thank you so much for having me.
Of course, you're welcome, sweetie.
Secondly, I've been in the practice of Obia since I was a little girl, and my family comes from Jamaica. Hey, Savage.
So
My family
please
comes from Jamaica.
listen. So number one, before you even continue, sweetie, please come into my next live that I'm gonna have. I need someone experienced in hoodoo, voodoo, gulagichi, like all of it, Haitian voodoo.
Okay.
I need because I'm still learning and I have
Savage
people
is
who
setting
want
me
to
up.
learn. So please come into those next lives too. But go
For
ahead. Go ahead.
sure, for
Continue.
sure, for sure. I added you, and I base my work. I've been a priestess since I was 8, and I base my work on justice work and also teaching people the tools how to navigate life.
Yep, I do that too. That's
And
good.
I don't ever, and I will never speak down on my Christian ancestors because of the things that went on in the islands. You know, they had to do both.
They did. They did Christianity, Catholicism, and Yoruba. They mixed it together
Oh,
to
yes.
survive.
Yes, they had to do both. So we have learned over the years how to incorporate all of those into our practices. But it isn't really no different than me saying, you praying against one thing or you're praying against this or you're praying against that. It is really no different. And what people need to realize is that prophecy is all over the Bible. All over the Bible. What is a prophecy? It is a sight.
We have all been given a gift, some more activated than others, but we are all been given gifts. Some of it is knowledge, some of it is understanding, some of it is wisdom. And I want people to understand that when you are coming into the occult, what people don't understand about the occult, because they used to say this word and it's, oh my God, it's so evil and it's so madness and everything else. Listen, the occult is about the earth. It is about using the elements.
I like her. Go ahead, honey. Tell them.
You know what
The
I'm saying?
occult
It's about
is not
using the
evil. There
elements.
is a
It is
difference
about
between
it is
occult
about
and
working with
cult.
the moon, working with the sun. You
Yes,
understand what I'm saying?
yes, ma'am.
And they use all of these things to block us from our higher selves because they wanted us to be crouched down into a box. Think about it, people.
Yep.
Think about how powerful and think about where you would be if you would unlock yourself 5 years from now,
Come on,
10 years
queen.
from now.
Come on, goddess.
I was deep in the church. I was deep in the church,
Me
but
too.
I understand something about the church. The church don't want well people. They don't want well people. People that are whole, really. I found God and the likeness of God when I left the church because I had to find God for myself.
Thank you.
So no matter what I practice, I know that that God is in me.
Yep.
It is in me. It's flowing out with me. It is in my DNA.
Come on.
And I died. I was dead for 18 minutes. You understand? Me dead and I'm dead. They was toe tagging my ass. You understand? And I came back.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came back with a piece of knowledge and wisdom and understanding that it is so much different than what it is perceived.
Come on.
Hell, heaven, and everything else. Of course, I'm not gonna, of course, disclose everything, but the thing about it is that you have to understand something about what is happening in this age of Aquarius. More people are waking up now because you don't have time to sleep. You're not going to have time to sleep. You feel restless. All of these things happening. Look at how the moon is moving. People have to understand something. You are here in this, right here, right now in this age for a reason. It's about to be a huge reset. Watch what I'm telling you.
She
It's
not
about to be
lying.
a huge reset.
She not lying.
You over there quiet because it's
Listen.
the truth. It's about
Listen.
to be a huge reset.
Hold on, Conjure. Hold on, hold on, goddess. Hold on. I hope y'all are listening to this goddess because before I did this live for a reason, not just because I was in another live with a Christian and the people decided to talk crap against me, but I did this live because people are not waking up and the ones that are waking up are enlightening others. The
Absolutely.
gods and goddesses, the queens and kings that are realizing what's really going on this earth, they're enlightening others.
Absolutely.
And y'all
As,
better be careful.
yeah,
If y'all think people are conspiracy theorists, I'm gonna need y'all to dig because it's not just about the spirituality. The reason why so many people are waking up is because there is so many things going on behind closed doors and in this world that is going to change the face of your reality. And baby, if you ain't ready, you gonna be sitting up there like, what just happened?
oh yeah. And somebody just said I'm an original. Let me tell you something. I had a dream a few months ago. I'm not gonna go into it now. The collectors are out. The collectors are out.
Mhm.
Be very careful how you thread. The collectors are out. I saw myself in Samaria, and older than that, there are originals from every walk of life, and it is showing to you very, very strongly. You feel like you're going down a rabbit hole for a reason? Go,
Go search,
go.
search before it all gets removed from us where we cannot search.
Mhm.
There are
Look,
collectors that are out.
listen,
Trust me when I tell you,
listen to it.
there are. And look, the energy's so high, it's scrambling up everything now. You see how it go?
Listen, if people would be able to realize from one thing, and and I decided to do this live because when I seen what I seen on one of my social medias, I was disturbed, and that was this: there is no possible way on God's green earth that 4 billionaires die within weeks of themselves. Now, I'm not going to name exactly what happened because I don't want my live to get cut. But the 4 billionaires of cryptocurrency dying within 3 weeks, and I'm not naming their names, y'all need to
Mhm.
pay attention because that ain't normal. There is definitely an agenda. And if you're not digging and you're not researching, y'all, everybody gonna be stuck fighting religion, fighting racism, and fighting all this other stuff that they want you to pay attention to while they bring in their agenda.
Mhm.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let Queen go ahead. I'm gonna let Queen go ahead. I'm listen, y'all. Wait, look, Conjure, come back here, girl. Conjure, get back here.
She just dropped some gems.
I'm
And
listen.
it's so real because I literally was just talking about this yesterday. But people don't pay attention to what's actually going on. They think, okay, once, twice, but it's so much more, especially about what you were saying about the information. Before COVID happened, I live in New York. I was working as a catering manager. So like I said, I dream a lot. So I was having these dreams about COVID. I didn't realize it then, but I was having these recurring dreams, and in the dreams, like the world was literally burning, and I'm seeing everybody screaming, and I'm watching. The sun is really really close to the earth, and I'm seeing they're saying like sickness. They're
Mhm.
telling me like there's going to be mass death. There's going to be mass sickness. So I'm saying to myself, okay, like in the dream, I'm in like a I guess like a college, a school or something. And I look down and it's a tablet. And what's written on it is Hebrew. It looks like some ancient information, like something that I should have known or something that I should have read.
Right.
And so I woke up and then this I had this dream two other times. And so by then I was feeling like, okay, like I wanted to leave my job. At that point, I got a feeling like I need to leave my job because I was doing around 300, 400 people a day
Mhm.
because I was doing catering. And I ended up leaving my job. I think it was like a week later that COVID outbreak had happened. But it's the fact of like paying attention to like your intuition, paying attention to your dreams, actually taking in the knowledge that's around now because it is going to be a point where it disappears.
Yes.
Um, but we do have to
Yeah.
see that, and we do have to pay attention to the patterns. And that's the
Yeah.
thing, that's another thing that people don't realize, like the cycles of the earth is continuous, it's gonna keep coming back around. So it's just like pay attention to the patterns
Hmm.
that we're having now too, because
Absolutely.
it's,
Yeah.
it's leading up to something else.
Most definitely. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing how you feel. And before, I know you wanted to say something before you left. Savage, what's going on? Before I let Conjure speak again, and then I'm gonna go to Angel and Lion of the Lake. Go ahead, Savage.
No, actually, it was about Conjure. Actually, me and Conjure are mutually acquainted. We had a Conjure. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the cemetery? Was it in Trinidad? Conjure, you in there?
Yes, I'm here. I was trying to get some headphones because
Oh,
somebody was saying that the energy is
Oh
so
yeah,
okay.
they
feedback.
they
But
they
yes,
they trying to hear you and see the system tried to start acting funny.
Yeah.
right.
No, yeah, it was.
But yes, I do remember.
Yes, so like you're not easy to forget, especially you. Not only you dropping gems, you do remind me a lot of my spiritual teacher Ashley Moshe, old Creole by the way, because most people don't understand. There's tribes within the Creole. She's old Creole. And there was a mention of Marie Laveau, and that's actually how my journey began with my spirituality, um,
Yes.
in the connection to Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Billie Holiday, and Malcolm X, and their signs of the earth, air, water, and fire. But that's a conversation for a deeper time. But it's because a time where we were talking about that forbidden cemetery. I went deep into that. So with the practices of voodoo, into voodoo and Baba Legba, man, no joke. No joke. I'm fortunate enough to have spoken with some real practitioners of the craft, respectfully, and I don't mean craft in the means of it to be have a negative connotation, but if I haven't told you, Conjure, thank you.
Oh, yay. Okay,
Absolutely.
awesome. Awesome. That is amazing. See, I love that. You can meet people on all different walks of life. Um, Conjure. I know you were saying something else before you are you still looking for your headphones, sweetie?
I can't find my headphones, so I'm just going to leave it where it is. But I just want people to pay attention.
Yes.
I mean, have y'all seen the volcanoes going on? Savage is laughing because Savage knows. Do y'all even see how Mama is showing herself in the volcanoes? Are we paying attention to the earth?
The earth is speaking. And see, they don't want us to pay attention to the earth. That is why certain religions came in to remove our spiritual belief system, because us paying attention to the earth and paying attention to certain things, we had power in that.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. Something my granny told me a long time ago. Even as an islander, she said, "Find three other island friend." I respect the Polynesian culture so much because if you want to understand something about the earth, also, you can get it from a different perspective. I think we are also so Americanized and so westernized that we are not paying attention to the tribes and to the people that have been living off of the earth forever.
Come on.
We are putting so much stock into technology. It's time to get simple because I'm gonna tell you something. It's going to be sometimes we ain't gonna have nobody TikTok and we ain't gonna have nobody internet. No,
Because they're going to shut it
it's
down.
that's exactly what I'm saying because people are learning too much.
And as people continue to learn too much, folks is going to shut it down.
Come on, sis. Come on.
They gonna shut
We
it
there.
down. They gonna want to remove books. They gonna want to do this. They gonna want to do that. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, what this queen and what this goddess
Seriously.
is saying is not a lie. It's not a conspiracy
Seriously.
theory.
But before I go, I want to understand something. Learn your herbs. Learn your herbs.
Build a
Learn how your
garden.
elements work.
Build a garden.
Learn your herbs. Learn how the elements work. And then the third most important thing, don't stop believing and always researching.
Always.
Knowledge them cannot take from you. They can beat everything out of you, but knowledge they cannot beat out of you. Knowledge they cannot beat out of you. We are all meant here to be here to learn from each other. No matter what spiritual background,
No
you
matter
may not
what.
always agree. We're not supposed to always agree. But to learn from each other is where spiritual compass begins.
There you go.
That's why they're all created. It's for a reason. So that's all I'm gonna have to say now.
And
Like I said, not much time.
as you guys learn your herbs, build a garden. Because if y'all haven't seen the new bill, and see, this is why I pay attention to politics just as much as I pay attention to
Yes, daughter,
spirituality.
yes. They're
If
trying to cut
if
it.
you haven't seen the recent bill, they are
They're
going to create a database for people who sell herbs, and they must upload the herbs, and they must upload what's in the herbs, and they must upload what specific um uh ailments it cures or helps, and they must upload what effects, bad or good, it can have on people, and they want this database up ASAP. Now they're not saying that they're going to control the herbal industry, but why you want this database? Okay, I'm gonna leave that out there for you. Pay attention to everything, including politics, y'all.
Can I just say this one thing? Listen,
Go ahead.
go on Amazon. Yes, it is the herbalist bill. Go on Amazon and you will find a kit with over, I think it's over 30,000 seeds.
Yes, the heirloom seeds.
Invest in invest in one. I am telling everybody to invest in one because I'm telling you, there's going to come a time where you will not be able to find herbs as easily as you think. What
Nope.
is my favorite herb? Honestly, hmm, I would say cinnamon because it has so many magical uses that you can use. But I love cinnamon. You can use it for protection. You can use it for for bringing in prosperity. I love it. It's a fire element herb. Well, I study herbs, so whatever. Lemon balm is also good. But what I'm saying is, y'all learn. Yes, cloves too. Cloves is amazing, y'all. You want to manifest some stuff? You want that new job? You want that? You put some cloves on some candles and burn some cloves. So some. Anyway, I ain't gonna talk about
Tell
it.
them,
But
listen,
anyway,
listen,
all I'm
listen.
saying
When we
is,
do the hoodoo voodoo live, come on, we gonna do it. We gonna tell them, cause see,
I'm
they
there.
don't
Hey,
understand.
Portia,
Listen, they don't
what's
understand.
going on?
It gets deep, and you don't have to look manifest. Dealing with the earths, dealing with these
You have to
herbs that come from the earth have power.
absolutely. If I can just interject for 1 second.
Yes,
Remember, they call us the witch doctors.
they do.
Where do you think they got the medicines from?
I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, and that is exactly where it came from.
Where do you think they got the medicines from?
Hmm. And then medicine came into play with the doctors because it was a million and billion dollar industry. And then they decided to what? Take away the power that you already had in the herbs that we were already using, from the gypsies to the Africans to Jamaicans to the Haitians.
Yeah.
I can keep going, y'all.
Absolutely.
But yes,
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
listen,
And
conjure.
it's the same medicine. different compositions,
Yeah,
but it's the same medicine that Big Farm has been pushing
absolutely.
forever
You
and
can't make
making
money off of
millions.
healthy people.
There you go.
I going
I
hush.
mean,
I going
it's
hush.
it's the most honest truth since the beginning of time. I mean, thinking about herbal remedies, the old boys. If you were to show a person from modern times a picture of a forest and a hospital and ask them which one heals you, majority of the time they're going to point to the hospital. If you ask an indigenous person, however, which one heals you, they'll point to the forest, right? Because that's the pharmacy. So it's just perspective.
Come on, y'all. Thank y'all so much. Oh my goodness. So Angel and Lion of the Lake. Angel, did you have something you wanted to say, sweetie? Hold on one second.
Yeah, I have something to say. Hi guys.
Hi. Thank you for joining.
So it just amazed me how I know like the earth is alive and water is alive and earth and water is together and like basically mother and father and basically mother is trying to put the heart in all nations, all tribes. So they fight against each other when it's freedom through the whole land to express yourself with the elements. It was okay to create your tribe. It was okay to create your civilization. But when y'all start tapping into each other cultures, trying to manipulate them to think you're like y'all still secrets for their Asian tribes, that's when confusion came and that's when fear came. That's when chaos came. And like I feel like it'll be good to the place to know that we can express ourselves in our tribes and add value in each other tribes. So if we want to trade something, it was peace because we know that other tribes was like, wow, like we was inspired. Like, wow, that's beautiful. Wow. Can we take this a part of our it was a gift to let some another tribe or another civilization to give us whatever
Mm-hmm.
to build our whatever land that we created on. So
Okay.
I feel like people mistaken and calling each other, oh, they're evil, this, that. Somebody's God is somebody's devil is somebody's God. And what I mean by that is like if you come and interfere with somebody civilization that they created from the ground up with their people,
Mm-hmm.
you are their devil. You are their snake in the grass, whispering in their culture ear and saying that they have to go against their own nations. And that was called confusion. You know, I've been really studying about different things. I say, yes, the nations have fallen because we have been into the third dimension, because we have been our lower vibration and our lower chakras. Because, yes, it's elements on this earth, but it's elements inside us as well. And it just we gotta align back with those chakras to put peace back into ourselves to make heaven on earth. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate that.
Mm.
And see, chakras is very important. See, people think that energy stuff is. They think, oh, it's bad. It's this, that, and the third. Look, listen. The Asians been doing chakra and energy work for years, for centuries. Okay, what you think Tai Chi is? Let me hush. Go ahead, Lion of the Lake. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm having a great conversation tonight with these beautiful people.
This is the best live I've come across all night, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, I don't believe in bullying over here. We don't do that. I will boot you.
Yeah, great. That's good. Okay, so I did want to bring up. I heard something recently from a really good teacher that, because she was just speaking about the chakras and living in the chakras and aligning the chakras. Um, yes, there's a lot of people on Earth that are not grounded right now,
Mm-mm.
and that was the main point that this person brought up. that most people aren't even in their bottom chakras at this point in time right now.
Hmm.
They're in their higher chakras, but they're not addressing their lower ones. So there's an imbalance there.
Yes, you got to go to the roots before you can go up, and that's what we got
Absolutely.
to know. And
And people try to
basic,
open up that third eye at first, and it ends up making you sick
Oh
because you're
yeah.
not
Oh
fully
yeah.
aligned before you even get up there.
Yeah, people want to jump into getting these like crazy crystals and stuff, and it's like
it come a mockery, a copy, instead of coming original of yourself. The master is not outside yourself. The master is inside. And when you recognize that nothing outside of you, you should worship.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But a little about myself. So I've been an astrologer, occultist, whatever you want to call it,
Okay.
for over a decade. And I've had a lot of people tell me I'm an original, which for years I never knew what that meant.
Okay.
So that's the question I had for Conjure. Like, what do you know about the originals? Because I don't know.
Oh, Conjure, do you want to tell them? And I believe it comes from the people who believe in the I am. Go ahead.
If I would, interject, what I know and understand about the originals from what my great grandmother taught me is that there are a collective of people that have been literally gone through the ages from the beginning. We were seeds, or we were what's the word I want to use? I don't want to say beginner seeds, but we were literally of the, you hear the original story of the Adam and Eve, but we
Yes,
were
and that's been
original
brought up a lot
planted
too.
from other galaxy type deal. Yeah, like the 4400. Yes.
Yeah.
That is something that is real. And that's why that there are teachers that you will find. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. You got to
I've met a.
Can I say something?
I've,
there are teachers that you will find that will give you information that will seem too right,
Thank you for
yes,
joining.
or
absolutely.
Let me
even
say this really
videos
quick.
that you will watch. Yes,
Let
like
me
star
the
seeds.
Starseed
Yes.
people, yes. Listen, let me say this really quick for which for hi honey, for what she just did, right? Y'all see how she
Hey
stopped
Trey.
speaking? Okay, listen. So when it comes to Yoruba, Hoodoo, Voodoo, and certain other religions and spiritual beliefs, you are held accountable for what you give out to people. And so when they stop speaking and people are telling them hush hush or don't share everything, because you're held extremely accountable, you cannot
Yes.
give all secrets and all traditions. You can only say so much. It's not that they're gatekeeping, it's that they have to.
Right.
It's a part of
Right.
respect.
That's just like that's just like there's certain things about me being unalived for 18 minutes that I cannot explain. I have to keep it to myself because that's what I
Understandable.
was told to do.
Right.
But what I can say is, as far as the originals and the collectors, you have to have your light and your dark.
Oh God, do
And
I?
I must say this about the collectors because again, I had that dream. I had that dream this summer, and they tried to get me, y'all. They really tried to get me because I was in a whole nother experience and in a whole nother dimension where I wasn't even a practice. I wasn't even in practice. I was a doctor, something, and I knew in the dream that they were trying to get me because it was something that I always wanted to do
It
was
was
be a doctor.
astral.
Oh, was it astral?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can always tell when it's astral because it's like too real.
And The collector that came after me, like I said, I'm not gonna disclose too much.
Oh yeah, you don't have to
But
go
I
into
woke
it.
it's hard to hear me. I need to, and it's crazy because my headphones been charged all day and as soon as I touched them, they was dead. So
Well, I was just interested in that question if you knew anything
yeah,
about
because the
that.
thing
But
about the originals, and that's what I'm saying, the things about the originals, I'm gonna tell you now, there's more women than men.
okay. Well,
That's what
I'm
I
a gay
can tell you.
man, so
That's what I can tell you. And the second thing that I can tell you about the collectors is I woke up in the dream, and under my chest, under my breast, under into my back, I had signals all around my body and on my hands and on my feet. And then the collector tried to cut my leg off, which
no.
I felt in reality from my knee down.
You know
I could
what?
tell you stories that you would be
Con,
like, what?
con,
Listen. I've
But
been
I'm
through
but I'm
some
telling you,
stuff.
I'm gonna just tell you this. This Roe versus Wade thing, that's a collector thing. And I'm gonna
Is
leave it
con,
it?
just like that. I'm gonna leave it just like that.
listen. I'm gonna tell y'all
Enough
something.
said.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that she just said right there. Y'all heard what she said about Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
Y'all see these billionaires who got their money off of cryptocurrency is dead within weeks of each other. Y'all see all these changes that they doing on this earth. Y'all be careful.
Hey, y'all tell me if I'm
I got
wrong.
search up
I
search up
gotta
search up the five families and holler back at me.
Oh
Yes.
no, no, I know about the
No, I'm
bloodlines.
talking about the
I
people
know.
down there. I'm talking about the
Yeah, for
people
real.
down there.
And it's gotten so deep. I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's gotten so deep that
Con,
I believe I was implanted with COVID, and now COVID has infected my heart.
con,
I have had.
Conjure, please, please. Let me tell you something.
I'm
I,
yo.
I have to
When I
say
tell you,
something.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I believe you so much because I think it was 2 weeks ago. The exact
I have
experience
friends
that
here. I have
you
friends
tell.
here that saw me in the hospital. No bullshit. I wouldn't even. I would on my mother. I wouldn't even lie like that. I wouldn't even lie. I wouldn't even sit here and play.
I'm gonna
When
tell
I
you
tell you
how
less than a month
real
ago, I was in the hospital for a heart problem.
real
That
it is. I had the experience that you had, and you said that you felt it. 2 weeks ago, I had an experience. The same thing. I woke. It's like I woke up in the dream first. I realized that I was still in the dream. I woke myself up. When I woke up, I had sleep paralysis. I swear, oh my gosh, I seen something I never seen before in my life. Some type of being that was over me, and it was in my chest. You saying it was in your heart? It showed it was a black mist in around my chest,
Can I
and
tell you what that was?
it said, "Look," it said, "Hurry up, she's waking up."
You know what
It,
that was?
I heard it didn't move its mouth. I heard it say to something else, "Hurry up, she's waking up." That's how I know it's so true what you're saying right now because I experienced the same thing. And when I started feeling it, I felt it in my chest. I started saying a prayer. And when I started saying the prayer to call in light,
girl, shut
I,
up.
it
Girl, shut up. When I tell you I had to call down everybody, all my ancestors. I had to call Shango. I was like, no, I need the Loa up in here because this thing was trying to cut my leg off.
it wants to invade you. It wants to invade you. It wants to and it wants to take what we
Yes.
have. It
Yo,
wants to
that's
take it
this
wants to
is
take
whew,
light, the light that we
I
have.
can only imagine the people out there that don't have the protection that I would say, and I don't want to sound like boastful when I say this, but like people like us and the protection we have, obviously we're all here for a reason. Uh, People that don't have that protection, I worry for them so much. And
cause
also,
listen,
having the
I
type of
read it
protection
and
that we
God
do
didn't tell us.
have, they still come after us. There's some of them that will just because we do have that.
Let me
protection.
let me say this, Lion, and then I'm gonna let Savage speak because he being respectful. Okay, I'm gonna let him speak. I'm gonna
Okay.
say this thing, and I'm gonna let him speak. People talk against spirituality so much, and they talk against the original thing, the original religion, the original belief systems so much. But let me look at y'all right in this camera. What y'all think these millionaires and billionaires is doing? How y'all think they got their power? Where y'all think they going on these
Our,
private islands and what they doing? Hmm?
our
Alondra?
ancestors did that.
I'm a hush.
Mm.
Go ahead, Savage. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm go. Mhm.
No, thank you all for sharing. I'm actually compelled to elaborate more, I guess, on the research and studies of my spirituality, and it's more along the lines like there's a difference between religion and spirituality, and that's curriculum versus experience. Uh, you can read a book and lose the experience of being in the moment or like feeling something without knowing what it is. However, you can walk into a room and vibe, the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. All of a sudden, you get chills, and there's just no explanation that there's a presence, whether it's good or bad. It's just you felt it. Now, this is the story of the empaths. Now, I just want to be very clear here. Once again, this is my research and studies. No offense to anyone who believes themselves to be empathic. However, I actually do believe there are the empaths of this earth, people who are able to walk in between. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then that's not a discussion to have with you. But the empaths, the forerunners, the original forerunners that I've learned from,
Mhm.
come by the origin of Marie Laveau. Frederick Douglass, the sign of water, was able to gain his freedom by tricking the very, oppressors or captors by teaching him the very knowledge of the land,
Yes.
being able to free himself,
Yes.
passing water on, knowledge, right?
Come on,
Coincidentally,
sir.
in the same time period, there's Harriet Tubman, right? The sign of Earth. She's able to navigate the lands, not knowing the terrain or the way to navigate, only that she trusts the very footsteps that she follows ahead of her, which is the ancestors, and she's able to free others. And then, of course, coincidentally after that, now Billie Holiday's the sign of air. And because if you've ever heard the song Strange Fruit, in a dark room with the blinds closed, with your eyes closed, with no other presence in the room other than yourself, you can feel the very wind itself blowing within you, around you. It's quite an experience, and I've only done it one time because of how overwhelming it was. I don't actually, suggest anyone do that unless you are aware of who your ancestors are and who you walk with, right? And then last but not least, the sign of fire, Malcolm X. Anytime you hear this man speak, the power and the mastery of words that engulfs many of us and inspires us to move is what he represented. Now, what does this all have to do with Marie Laveau? It is theorized that Marie Laveau was never actually a human being, but Baba Legba in the physical manifestation. Now, the only reason why I can account that is not that I don't believe in voodoo or hoodoo or Yoruba, Shango, right? Or Yemaya, Oshun, the old ones, the old gods. The only reason why I can account this is these stories are oratory passed down, never written, unwritten to the very essence of itself. So the people who could validate this are still alive today, but they speak nothing of it. And the only reason why I'm telling you is because you can easily dismiss me. Unless you go seeking the knowledge, then you find what you were looking for. And then, of course, just like me, you're on a longer journey. Now, the only reason why I brought this up was because my spirituality is actually rooted in the breaking of etymology. These four people, the forerunners, have broken the incantation and the spells of what etymology is. Those definitions that we use, right? Black, void, absent of life. In actuality, the ancestors have actually took black, which was negative, and turned it into a positive. So what I believe in is that very understanding is that black is what you hear and what you see activated by your senses. However, when you close your eyes and I tell you I believe in black, this is what you feel. You're not hearing me say it, you're feeling me say it. So that's my spirituality.
Listen, Savage, you and Conjure, y'all can live in my life. I just want y'all to know. I'm finna come live in y'all lives because I love this. Because everything that you just spoke and everything that she's been speaking, now mind you, I come from New Orleans, Louisiana, and so my spirituality after leaving Christianity was a little different for me. I went into something different before researching what y'all are speaking about right now. So y'all have been doing what y'all have been doing for years. As a spiritualist, I'm only 7 or 8, maybe 10 years into it. But what she just said, years there. What he just said, he sound like he ain't been in there for years and he just starting. Y'all hear this?
But that's the thing, though, and that's the thing that we haven't uncovered about ourselves. We are all elements. You think you're born under them signs just for no reason?
Oh, come on now, Conjure.
Start looking at
Look
your
at your natal
geography.
chart.
Look, do you do
I
y'all
got to
even
say
understand
something,
the
y'all.
prophecy? Even the prophecy of Jesus was made by stars in the sky.
Yes, I'm an astrologer, by the way. So
You understand what I
I
said?
gotta know y'all signs.
I'm a Capricorn. Collectively, I'm a
Okay,
Capricorn.
okay.
So
I
y'all
also
understand
have
what I'm
my
saying?
moon
Learn
is in
your
Cancer.
elements.
Oh, I love that. I love
Learn
that.
your elements, y'all. It's the elements. Learn your elements.
And listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, so there's a lot of religious people on the earth. We really need to understand and make ourselves aware of the Fae because they are a very real thing, and it's what religious people call
Sorry.
demons. That's a misconception. Fae are not demons. Yes, there are Fae out there that are questionable, okay? But they're just like humans. They have their own lives. They're just non-dimensional. And they're not I don't like using the word demons for them, but that's what religious people see them as is demons. So I would like to just point out people need to learn more about the Fae. I wouldn't say conjure them up or go look for them by any means, um, but just understand what they are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got something to say.
Go ahead. You had your hand up for a while. Go ahead, Angel.
So like when you awaken, it's like basically, when you come into Earth, you forget everything because that's how you come like through the woman's womb. So your consciousness is still traveling. So before your conscious travel to you, you forget everything because the rotten fruit that been on this earth, or you can say like just the spirits that took over this earth,
Mm-hmm.
that took your vessel and took your mind. So before your consciousness could even come in, to actually you can then you remember who you are, then it start coming back to you, and then you start having these different signals of who you are, and I said, man, I'm so powerful, who am I? And then you keep on digging, and then you keep on understanding. But it's still this fight against what you was born into, what you already know. So
Most
like
definitely. Most
we
people tend to awaken to their spirituality within their 30s and 40s. I've been there all my life though, because I've been a seer since like 11 years old. You could not
me
tell
too.
me I didn't see what I saw.
Like my third eye was open before it was open, basically,
Go ahead,
as you
Savage.
could say.
You said since you were 11.
I've been a seer since 11, yes.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you died?
I don't know. I have been told some things about something in my past,
Okay.
but
So like,
I don't know all of
oh,
it because my father is dead. He died when I had a dream about him passing when I was 15, and everything that happened in my dream, it happened in real life a year later when I was 16. And so the only one who would be able to tell me anything about that would be my father, and he's gone.
Mm.
yeah, I hear you. Because there's a working theory right now in the community that I represent that the empaths are born of two ways: one in the presence of death, and two coming back from death.
Mm.
In passing through the veil, it is believed in many early indigenous cultures that when you're here on the earth, when you're, born into, you are under the five laws. If you can hear, see, smell, taste, and touch, you are alive. However, when you die and pass through the veil, it is possible if you come back through or you were born in the presence of death, you've gained other senses. Which is why I asked. I don't want to make it sound obsessive, but that's why
Oh, you're
I'm on the
fine.
path to discovering who the empaths are. Even more now, I'm learning about the sun eaters, and that's even more in depth. It makes the most sense in who my brothers and sisters are, whether African or the black community. They learned how to eat the very energy of the sun by learning from the plants, right? And that's just more in depth of the things that I'm in research and studies of, because the darkest are actually the most healthiest. And if melanin be anything, it is an indicator of how healthy the person is. So when I believe it was Tupac, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I actually do. I believe there's weight to that. So um, whether it's the empaths, the sun eaters, the ones from above, a lot of these research and studies I do, whether it be the Moai, the Anunnaki, the Olmecs, they're all tied in because the commonality is in a time before technology, whether it be monuments, the hieroglyphs, or the old paintings on the wall. There's a lot more that connects us than divides us, regardless of politics, religion, or industry. And the only reason why I can honestly say that is that, where we're heading, most people think we are advancing towards the future. If the ancestors were alive today, they would probably tell us, no, we already knew that. So,
Yes, yes. Listen, I am loving this live tonight. Conjure, did you have anything you wanted to say before we closed out? Even though it's my live, listen, I like to give people who may know more than me the room to speak. I don't know everything. I'm still learning. We all still learn until we die.
Can I say something?
Um, what'd you say?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, and then we'll let Conjure speak.
Okay. Um, and I'm not completely factual on this, but I do believe there is a spiritual war between draconian reptilians and the Anunnaki. Uh, there's It's been going on for a very long time, and they were both ordered to leave the Earth long, long ago by the Galactic Federation. They were both supposed to get out of here. Am I wrong, Conjure?
Oh,
Conjure.
I said, oh, you took it there. Okay. So
I mean, I'm
so
just
let's prepare to be here
saying.
for like another hour because I'm telling you, this is gonna be a long conversation.
But
Because
listen,
the Anunnaki are coming back. Mm,
I know
I mean, mm, mm.
The
I'm a
Anunnaki
little
the one made
worried,
the element, so
but the Draconians they were here first, and it's really confusing because the Anunnaki have been around so long. You have Syrian, or I'm sorry, you have Anunnaki reptilian, you have Anunnaki Syrian, there's so many hybrids out there. They've been everywhere, right? So it's really hard to like put your finger on. They're all different. They all have different opinions. Sure, there's groups, right? But they're just like humans. Everybody has an opinion, even in these alien races and these groups. They're not all just like put in a box, right? So that's what confuses mankind so much.
hmm
And it's really hard to tell, like, when you get a spiritual download, like, is it? am I listening to the right thing? That's where I'm at right now.
You'll
So
catch it. You'll catch it. Listen. It comes with time and it comes with connecting. And so, for most people who catch the spiritual download a little deeper than others, they connect with their spirit guides. They connect with their ancestors. They download those dreams and visions.
Yeah.
Conjure,
I'm on the path to figure it out.
conjure. You do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Y'all is not gonna get me
I
bananas,
feel
okay?
like this discovery is just
I just got my severance papers. I just got my papers.
I was
can I
gonna
can I
say
ask? Go sorry.
Go ahead, loving. You got it. You got it,
I was gonna
girl.
say like it just self discovering yourself. You know, when you discover yourself, you'll cross paths with other people that discover yourself that you can pick up. Gifts from them. You know, so like the more you discover, the more gifts you can pick up for yourself, and they're supposed to be for you.
I
So
don't think
I'm a
that's
I'm
necessarily the problem. What he's stating is that he's trying to have a clarity in the things
mhm.
that he's hearing. And when
Absolutely.
he with having a clarity in the things that he's hearing, he's trying to make sense of what's right, what's real, or what's not.
What's going to
So
benefit me?
Yeah,
What's going to harm
yeah.
me?
but
so
nobody knows but yourself.
this is
You
what I
have your
wanted
own
to
That's true
question.
say.
too, in a sense.
This is what I wanted to say as far as advice. Um, Spiritually protecting yourself is the key thing that you should be doing when it comes to trying to obtain any type of clarity. Like, especially right now in this day and time, like what you were just talking about, like that's something that influences us on a daily. Like one of the things that I've also been experiencing is seeing people face change and shift on a day-to-day basis, seeing things inside people. So one of the things that I do consistently, and it hasn't even just become a monthly thing, it's become a every other day thing. Whether I'm doing an egg cleanse, whether I'm doing a bath, whether I'm putting some protection candles on my ancestral altar, is putting up protection in order to create them barriers for myself so I can have that clarity, because there's so many energies that's listening to us and reading our auric fields and reading our thoughts, and they tell us certain things that aren't correct, and
And
they'll tell us
it
certain things
takes a
that
lot of energy to be confident enough to say, you
yeah,
know, just be like strong in front
yeah,
of these huge entities.
and it's hard,
Y'all about to take
and
me out.
it's hard and it takes a lot. I think like Savage was also, he had brought up, when you go through a near death experience, there's certain things that come with you. And I've had multiple ones. I've had my left lung caps. I've almost, different experiences from physical diseases I've had. And and literally, when you go through these things with your physical body, they start attaching to you more. So they attack you. So I've had to learn certain protection spells. I had to go to people. My family have had to go to people in
Listen,
order to set this protection. So that was another thing. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm gonna let you talk. Angel, what you were saying about when you come into this earth, and you're already exposed to these things, what are you supposed to do? Your lineage, that's another thing. Community, your lineage, you have to learn about these things, because that's supposed to, like, it's like a blessing that's supposed to be placed upon
Absolutely,
you
yes,
in order
yes.
for you to have that protection amongst you when you're born. But sometimes what happens is that that's passed down from lineage to lineage, like certain blessings, certain gifts, certain traits, and you have that upon you already. But it's still like, regardless of who you are or where you come from, there are going to be things that try to influence you.
I actually do have two archangels. I'm not going to name them. That have been watching over me since birth. Conjure, I just wanted to say something before we get to Angel. Uh, yeah, you got some Gabriel energy around you. All right, I'm done. That's all I had to say.
okay.
Yes, please go ahead, my angel.
Thank you so much for joining, Lion. I appreciate it, and you are welcome anytime. I have one more person that I'm going to pull
Okay.
up. Do you want to drop down?
Yeah, I'll drop out.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. Thank you.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Of course, of course, of course. So, one thing I want to say is this, okay? I'm very respectful of people and where they are in their belief system and journey. People learn at different times, people learn at different paces, and people also learn different things. A lot of us who are in this chat understand African spirituality. We understand the originality. A lot of us who are in this chat understand other things from Greek mythology, from the Egyptians, from this, from that. So we cannot be upset that people may know something different or does not know every single thing in a particular way or mannerism, because we are all different. And I accept all differences in this life, no matter if they are babies, no matter if they are ancient, no matter if they are intermediate. We are all still learning until we die. Go ahead, Savage.
Sorry, loving was stirring up the spirit in me when she brought that up.
She was.
Um, yeah, so going back to the whole theory about the empath and how they come about being born in the presence of death or coming back from death, and the number one place in what I believe is the overpopulation of empathic people is the hospital. What better place that brings life and harbors death? People die there. People are born there, right? And so people who are empathic could totally be unaware that they are empathic. And why I'm bringing this up is because the power of our words is not necessarily what we said, it's the intentions behind them. So when you have empathic people out there and about, not aware of their ability to speak life or speak death, um, they're constantly, kind of brewing up this unseen. What I believe, this is just what I believe. I'm not saying I can prove this or anything. It's just kind of what I'm theorizing. Um, the mind is a garden, and the trees that we grow in it, right, are based on the seeds that are planted in them. So every time you say something, whether it be negative or positive, that's a seed planted in the mind,
Yes,
and
it
what you
is.
harvest from it is ultimately your personality and your self-esteem, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But more importantly, is these libraries, right? They're libraries within the mind, and where does it all go, right? Where does it all go? To me,
It's in our
that's what the
subconscious.
ancestors. Yes, and that's what my research is on about. Is I believe the ancestors actually had more proof than religion and science put together, because religion focuses on after death, whereas in science focuses on before life. However, they miss completely in the middle, which is the current, the present, the now, and most people when they say, "Oh, I'm alive," but yeah, are you living? Are you living your life? And so the ancestors, their proof was the dream state. Everything recorded, knowledgeable, gets stored in genetic memory playback, in which I believe is on the dream state. So when it gets passed on, although the body stays, that
Mm-hmm.
consciousness, that higher being, that higher us is what's being transferred over. So when
Right.
Yeah,
she said that, she triggered
No,
me, and I was like, there's
listen,
no way she knew
listen,
that.
no,
listen.
I,
that is so
Let
true.
me say
And
something
that's
real
not even
quick.
it.
Let me say
We
something
got
real
two
quick.
brains.
Our
We
subconscious
got
mind is very important. Y'all listen to what
yes.
he said. Listen to what he said, and I know she probably about to go on it too. If y'all reason, and this is what brought me into spirituality. When you research understanding the subconscious mind and the power that it actually has over your life, you think and speak a lot of things into existence. If y'all notice, there is just a couple of people speaking in this chat, but 146 people watching. Okay? Listen, the subconscious mind is very powerful. I teach a
Right.
lot of people in my lives about speaking affirmations, about speaking
Hmm.
positivity, about being careful who you allow into your mind space, about being careful what you think, say, and do. It
Yes.
is so
Yeah,
important.
and so like people only using half of their brain. And if you using half of your brain, you literally sleep. So when you're waking the other side of your brain, that's your logic. Logic create.
Yes.
So you get to create with this brain and then you get to be logical with this brain. So when you use both of them and create an energy form, and that's when the formation of the form of any um shape you can make that can
But
create aspect of light that you can actually see. Oh, I think I'm a scientist. Like I'm literally a freaking scientist.
I just
Like,
want to. I want to say something.
Go ahead, honey, and
um,
then
oh
I
my
see
god,
it's a couple of more people who want to come
this
in.
this what
So
I love to talk about.
go
That's what I
ahead.
love to talk about. Like for real.
The last thing I wanted to say was Savage. What you're pertaining to and what you're talking about with the seeds and empaths and them creating things with the words that they say. You're talking about thought forms, them creating thought forms, and the thought forms becoming entities. And the other thing I wanted to say is the subconscious is very powerful, and I think that um, a lot of people don't realize how much it really like a day to day life it affects our subconscious, like through our visuals, through the things that we hear, through just like repetition, even our routine, how our routine is. And so it's so much, but I'm gonna just I really enjoyed this conversation and thank you.
Oh, of course, sweetie. I followed all of you guys, and you're welcome to come anytime. No, you are right. And I want you to know everything that you said about protecting yourself. I hope y'all caught her and Conjure's face when she
I got
said that. Protect yourself. If you are not doing what you need to do to protect yourself, you are literally leaving yourself vulnerable to people and spirits.
okay. This is the spectrum. It's like a spectrum light. Basically, it shows you the light spectrum. But before the light spectrum, it was black, and that's where we all come from, darkness. So before heaven, it was chaos. So when you understand that, that's how we know colors because of darkness. And that's how we know. That's why people are rainbow children. That's why people all these things because people come from different colors, and that's with different planets. I've been studying. Oh my gosh, all this like all the time, and it comes to me like,
This you better.
Listen,
yeah.
listen, listen,
Oh,
listen. Let me say this, cause see, uh, this is why
We gonna go all
This
night.
is why I tell people. This is why I tell people in my lives. I don't always tell everything I believe in. See, this is where some of your shadow work comes in. You need to understand both your light and your dark. It ain't all rainbows. You need to be in balance with both, sweetie. You need to be in love with your dark side just like you in love with your light side. But I'm gonna shut up. Savage, go ahead.
please, I just want to say this and I'll get up out your way because there's too much power flowing within the room that if I don't say this, I'm gonna be upset with myself later.
Go ahead.
Two things. My grandma, she did die when she was younger. She fell out of a tree and then came back too, but she actually, this is gonna sound completely off, but I believe it. My grandma could tell when a lightning storm was coming, based on how hard her nipples would get. Hear me out.
Okay.
When her nipples would get hard, I think she believed that the air was being statically charged. And before you knew it, 5 minutes later, here comes the lightning storm. Crazy. I can't tell you how many times accuracy was on 100%. Empathic. Now, um, I believe the most powerful people are in insane asylums. The most powerful people are in insane asylums simply because when you are a doctor of prestige and power, you are verified or validated by your PhDs, your doctorates, and of course your masters to tell another person or diagnose them. More importantly, verbally, when we say speak power or life or death, if I'm a doctor and I tell loving, you have bipolarism, you are schizophrenic, and you have identity disorder. Now, because I'm in a high ranking position, to tell her that she has no choice but to take that because she paid for the session and now believe it. Now you're gonna take this antidepressant. You're
I'm gonna
gonna
let
take
you
this
in. I'm gonna
medicine.
let you in, sweetie. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
You're going to take this medicine and this medicine, and then all of a sudden you begin to drift off into nothingness. You forget who you are. You are docile, and you no longer recognize and know who you are anymore because of how dismembered or disconnected you've become from your true self because of the words of this very person telling you what you know you're not, but because of the belief system of, well, if he says I am, I guess I am. Which is why it's very important, no matter what anyone says over you, if you yourself know that if I say I am power, I think I can, or I will, I am, I
Savage.
shall, these words have meaning to them. You can't waste these words.
Let
You
me say
can't be
this.
out here in these streets talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to shoot you because if you pull that thing on me, you better use it. You get what I'm saying? So, but
Savage.
these,
Savage,
yes, yes, go ahead.
savage, savage. Let me say this, and because of what you just said, I'm gonna say this to all 118 people here. When you start seeing things spiritually, and you start hearing words, and you're
Mm.
clairvoyant, and you're clairaudient, and your abilities are awakening, be careful of the
Whew.
people you're telling this to.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's exactly the type of place they're going to send you to when you actually are hearing and seeing things you need to hear.
You're not
You're
crazy.
not
You're not
crazy.
crazy. You're not crazy. And that's all I was trying to highlight is that what, like years ago, centuries ago, they misquoted the African proverb when they said that hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. It was mistranslated. Hell hath no fury like a woman's storm because when looking at a storm, of course it's intimidating. It presents danger. However, after it passes, it brings life, and so rightfully so. When looking at a woman, yes, it can be intimidating because she's a very storm in and of herself. Whether that's a pun intended because of once every month, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the storm that is the woman, is the progenitor of these libraries. All that information, all that knowledge we seek is within that womb in her. And that whether you take that as a spiritual metaphor or a mental metaphor, just know this. A lot of us hold those memories. It's just harder to tap into it. And that's what I'm in research of. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you so much. I pray protection and light over all of you. Till we meet again, thank you guys very much.
Oh my gosh, thank you for joining, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Did nobody tell you to go nowhere? Uh,
I like what he said, and it was so crazy.
hold on one
Cause I
second, because
just
Oracle popped in, and I want her to be able to speak before
okay.
you, if you don't mind, sweetie.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't mind.
Okay, Oracle, baby, how you doing?
Hi guys, I'm doing good. So I'm learning a lot. I definitely feel like you guys are way further in your journey, so I appreciate you guys being vocal and, talking to all 112 people in here. So I was raised apostolic Pentecostal, um very like, don't cut your hair, you're going to hell. And I saw things, heard things, felt things, and it was okay as long as I was sitting in a pew. But as soon as I wasn't in a pew anymore, it was, oh, that's the devil. And so I decided, I had like a year of this crazy depression, and I was having dreams of apocalypses. And even as a child, I had dreams that actually prophesied, I guess you could say, that were warnings about child SA that was happening in the church. And so I had like a year of asking myself, why am I seeing these things? Why am I feeling these things? What is this? What is God? What is source? What is it? Because I didn't know. And so the point that I'm trying to get to is that I appreciate you guys talking about this stuff on an open platform, because someone like me, I don't have that collective. I don't have people in my life that I can just talk to about these things. So I appreciate you guys completely.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming in to say that, sweetheart. I listen, I'm not sure how everyone else on my platform today runs their platform, but I know this is how I run my platform. I try to give people the opportunity to learn because there's going to be a point in time to where if you have not done the research and you do not have a spiritual a griot or a spiritual god or priest or goddess, whatever you think you can talk to, well, it's going to come a point in time that finding the information is going to be extremely scarce. And so you want to learn while you can, sweetie. So I'm glad that you enjoy, your time on this platform.
Yeah, thank you. I won't stay in the box long because you guys are absolutely incredible. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for those of us who, you know, we we dive into our spirit guides, we dive into our own spirituality, our intuition. We ask, we call on our ancestors to teach us, but that fellowship really is important, that fellowship of being amongst people who you can talk to about these things, that can guide you and lead you. It really does help. So I'll hop down now though to let somebody else in. I just wanted to say thank you.
Of course, you are welcome. You're welcome. I know there was one person who asked to come in. I think it was Ashroth. Um,
Um,
Go ahead.
Okay,
can
can I
I say
say
something?
something again?
Oh,
I think she was about to say something. And then
Oh,
you
okay,
can go,
sorry.
Savage.
okay. So I was at work and I was I got into some real good stuff, and they were just saying how basically the universe is just like a musical, like one accord, and it's like strings, and like it's like vibrations because we only vibrations, and then like when you get into vibrations, it's like it goes deep because then that's when you get into like the heavens and like what the heavens is and what all the dimensions is and how you could just tap into all these things. Hold up.
Conscious.
Hi, Ashroth. How are you, sweetie? Thank you for joining.
Howdy. I'm vibrating right now.
Yeah,
Like
vibrations.
I
Yeah,
am
because
straight up vibrating.
before everything was planned to feel, before anything was formed, it was vibration first, and that's the purest form. We all book of energy. That's
The
the that's
the
basically.
chat been have you on high vibration, Ashroth?
Okay. First of all, I'm 40 levels year old on this realm.
Okay.
I have died 20 times. I was born dead. I have my death certificate and my birth certificate from Port Washington, Wisconsin. Empath? Yes, I am.
Sheesh.
I do not need to walk into a room to look at people's faces. I can instantly feel. I am a air, water, air.
Oh, yo, let me,
You know his elements, right?
listen, there are,
This is my sorry to interrupt again, but this is the 11th reincarnation on this world. I have meditated. I have gone with my central of soul, the created. I have seen divine creation. I have seen divine destruction.
okay, and those who are listening, listen, if y'all don't believe, just search up them stories of them 6 and 7 and 8 year olds who were able to talk name dates and times from way back when where they were a part of life before. And they're telling you full stories. It's possible. It's possible.
Uh, Go
That
ahead,
is
Savage.
definitely possible.
Uh, I'm drawn to the women right now. All the beautiful women in here and in the live chat. The feminine in me is driving me to say it because my mother was cured of her cancer in 2006, maybe seven, when we came back from Montego Bay in Jamaica, the Caribbean. My mom went back to her doctor checkup about two more times, and the doctors, they honestly they thought it was like a fluke. Maybe the machine was wrong, and she went. We tested in Texas, and we went back to California and tested, and it was 100% in remission. Um, and none of it ever made sense, but it's just coincidentally one we got back from our family trip in Jamaica, and Later on, as I began to do the research and studies, um, and Conjure can probably speak to this, there is a travel pattern from Africa to the Caribbeans known as the hurricane's path. It is believed that the mother Osun or Yemaya followed her children all the way to America. And when she was doing so, her children now, and this to me is always misunderstood. The slaves did not jump from the ships out of fear; they jumped out of the ships in the embracement to their mother. That's why. So that misconception always gets me because to do something out of fear is ignorant, and they were not ignorant; they knew better. Anyways, here she comes, following her children to the Caribbean, and coincidentally, if you look at the map of the hurricane's path, every season it never ceases to fail. It always travels the same way, from Africa, warmer airs, coming to the Caribbean. I believe that when my mother went into those waters, she was healed. And when we got back, we went to Texas and we went to California. Unexplained, but she was in remission. And it's crazy to think that because science would say otherwise, but spirituality definitely makes sense to me that those waters were healing the whole time.
Can I say something?
Go
And
ahead.
I 100% believe you because it is said that regardless if you have something spiritually going on with you, right? Because energy can manifest inside the body, which it could be, autoimmune, physical aches, right? And you travel over bodies of water, it is said to remove that from you, from your body, because it is a cleansing factor. And I do believe that sometimes there's nothing that doctors can do that can actually help you. It has to be spiritual because it is a spiritual illness that has manifested itself. So I 100% believe you, but like you said, a lot of doctors can't explain that, and me myself, I went through that.
Let me say, hold
Like
on, loving, loving. Let me say this before you continue. It's not that the doctors can't explain it, is that the doctors won't explain it. Look up blood type eating. Look up certain things. There is certain things certain people should not even eat in their system. Your
yes,
stomach is connected to over
yes,
80% of your immune
yes,
system. Once you
yes,
continue to eat the wrong thing, you begin to have an autoimmune response. They don't
yes,
teach you that because they want you to have the autoimmune response so that you
yes.
can go to the doctor. But I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
And I'm a and you know what? I'm so glad you said that because it goes right into what I was gonna say. I was diagnosed with a rare blood disorder. They don't know they don't know where it come from. They don't know why you get it. They don't know why. I was diagnosed at age 9. That's what I almost bled to death. They had no explanation to why I started. Now the year before, like you, which I appreciate you for sharing earlier in our life, my father passed away the year before, and it was through violence. It was like a senseless murder, and I like you, I had a feeling. It was such a feeling in my body that I started, telling my family. I'm like, something's gonna happen. And nobody believed me because I was young.
Mm-hmm.
And they was like, we gonna pray about it. Like I said, my mom's side is spiritual. So they was like, we just gonna do some prayers, whatnot, right? My dad ended up passing away. So I went into shock. I literally went into shock because I knew that it was gonna happen, but I was so young that I couldn't explain exactly what I felt and what I seen, and I didn't understand. I didn't understand my gifts at the time. I went into shock. After I went into shock, I got sick. This is when I basically hemorrhaged. So they couldn't understand what happened, what was going on, whatnot. My family had to go to someone and they had to give me a gift. And the guy told them, she said, listen, what she has is spiritual. It's not anything that has to do with her physical, what's going on. But the things that you're saying, the foods eaten by your blood type, it triggers it. It definitely triggers it because we're still human. So those things like eating by your blood type, um, paying attention to the ingredients that you put in your body, that very much is a thing.
And
But
it's not just that, Queen. If y'all don't know in this chat about GMO, go look it up. We cannot be eating genetically modified foods. Genetically modified organisms is a
yes.
company taking an organism from a disease, an animal, a person, blood, anything, and they are
Mm-hmm.
formulating it and making it into food. And the United States does not require these facilities to put everything on the package.
Exactly. And it's so true because like I said, I've had so many different illnesses which manifest in empaths as well. Now when I went to the doctors, I also had chronic migraines. I went to the doctors. He asked me, he said, "Do you eat foods with GMO?" This is before I started learning about this. I'm like, I don't know what that is. He said, "Look," he said, "I'm not gonna give you any medication." He said, "Go home, look on the back of your box." Now you saying they're not requiring them to put the ingredients on it. He said, "Look on the back of your box." He said, "Anything that got GMO in it," he said, "take it and throw it out." I think I did a week or two of none of that, and my migraine stopped completely. That's how true it is. So it's so many things. It's so many chemicals, whether that's in our cleaning product, our air, like the food, even how they genetically modifying the food, the lack of seeds, what we was talking about earlier. It's so much stuff. But just to wrap up my point
Go
is
ahead.
spiritually, like there's so much stuff that influences our physical body as well. And so like Savage, when you shared that, like that really resonated with me because I was one of those people, well, I am one of those people where illness used to manifest in my body because of how much energy I absorbed and because of the things that happened to me around me. So I just wanted to confirm that and share that because it resonated with me so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, loving. Listen, you can come by anytime. I tend to have these conversations often, and I appreciate you coming in and sharing your point. And yes, the autoimmune diseases that you did get diagnosed with, it was definitely from something that triggered your immune system. But they're not going to tell you that because until you actually go to a rheumatologist and you force them to do a full panel, they will never tell you. I'm going through that right now where they're trying to tell me, oh, you might possibly have lupus and PCOS instead of telling me, how about you stop eating chicken because chicken is high in estrogen? But let me,
Mhm. Mhm. I know.
I had to learn that from Mama Trey on this app and do my own research and I was flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. I completely understand. I've been going through for over 15 years now, so I know exactly where you come from. But thank you.
You're welcome. Listen, I know you about to leave. I appreciate you, sweetie. I'm go we go have these conversations. They not going nowhere. I have a backup page just in case they try to stop me. This ain't going nowhere. Um, Savage. I don't know if you had your hand up first or if Astrod has his hand up first, but both of y'all been shaking. So whichever one was.
No, no, Ashroth, you go. I'm being moved. That's all that is. That's why I want to talk. But you go, Ashroth.
Oh, Astrod, go ahead.
That's what it was. I was still muted. Sorry. I'm not shaking. I'm trying to add to this. Monsanto, the one who controls all our seeds. Look into who he truly is. He
Hello,
is
hello, hello.
making the sorry, he's making the genetic modified foods for us for a reason. He's trying to keep us all asleep.
Yeah, if
They get
y'all haven't paid attention,
consciousness into a computer.
Between January and
That's what-
the first 6 months of the year, look up
Mhm.
how many facilities, farms, and packaging plants got burned to the ground, or something mysteriously happened out of nowhere.
Uh
Look it up.
22 so far.
Yes, look it up. Savage, go ahead.
Yeah. So like going back to because that even ties in with with what you eat, right? Um, Now going back to the sun eaters. Sun eaters. theoretically being my brothers and sisters, us of the diaspora, whether it be melanin, African, black, learning to eat the sun through their skin by learning from the plants. In my time of doing the research and studies, I came across the conquistadors San Manuel Cortez II and Ferdinand Magellan, all looking for El Dorado, Agartha, the Golden City, these mythological places, the Holy Grail, the Fountain of Youth, right? The original Pirates of the Caribbean. Now, mythologically, none of them ever found it, right? Because the location was impossible. The maps were always changing. However, there was one map consistent with locations unexplained. And there are two different maps, and I just want to differentiate both of them because most people make the mistake. The ley lines, right? There's the ancestral ley lines. That's the one you should follow. And then, of course, there's the
You
modern ley
better
lines,
shut up.
which I'm going to be quick. I'm going to be quick. Now, I don't hold this knowledge from anyone because anybody can do the research and studies. Whether you believe in it or not, that's not what I'm highlighting. Over 1,000 points 1,000 points sit alone in one continent, that being the mother Africa herself. 1,000 points. Now, if those places were to be anywhere, I would theorize it would probably be in Africa. Now, coincidentally, and I'm not going to get political, the number one place most destabilized yet is the most porous and has the richest resources, contradicting itself very much so, is Africa. How can a place be poor and have the richest resources at the same time? Because of destabilization. If you tell the people in their
Savage.
public schools and you lie to them, starting the indoctrination at an early age,
Ooh,
of
shut
course the kids
up.
are going to forget. Of course, the kids are going to forget. We saw it happen here in America.
Get out of here.
But, however,
Get.
like I said, genetic memory playback, right? The dream state, none of it got deleted. It just sits there. So when you interpret your dreams, you're not crazy. What you're seeing, whether it be from the past or the interpretation may be off,
Yep,
there are
formalizing
dream
yourself.
readers who
Ooh,
can
shut
interpret
up,
for you.
savage.
I'm sorry. I'm lit right now.
Yep, they gonna start targeting
Get a
him.
lit, bro. Get a lit.
Listen,
Get a
listen,
lit.
listen, listen, listen. Hold on. Savage, savage, savage. Listen. This is what we're gonna have to start doing. Between you, Conjure, myself, and whoever want to be a part of it, we are going to have to start doing some sort of either Patreon or some sort of private
Like a Discord.
conversation Discord because people like to sit and lurk. You see, it's like 8 people commenting, but it's 100 people right there. You,
Hmm.
mm.
We've got people in black watching.
Yep. I wanted to introduce myself.
Go
So my
ahead,
name is
AC. Before you speak, I have to answer one thing for someone in the comments who said something before Savage started speaking, and then I'm gonna let you introduce yourself. Um,
absolutely
for the lady who asked about PCOS, if you get the chance, there's this lady on this app. She is an African American lady, and she is very, very particular about talking about blood type eating. Her name is Mama Trey. Okay. And she busts the door wide open on it all, tells you about what O should be eating, which is more of the caveman diet, what A should be eating, which is more pescatarian. And these different and for the people who said that they have PCOS, they will not tell you that chicken is very high in estrogen and it's damaging to your body and it's damaging to your arteries and cause you to pop. I'm O as well, so you're more of a caveman diet. Um, and they will not tell you that also turkey is high in testosterone. So if you think you're being healthier by just eating turkey and chicken, you're messing up both your estrogen and your testosterone, and they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to want to put you on synthetic hormones. Just thought I
Whew.
should tell you that.
Again, again, a patient made is not a patient cured.
Yep.
Yep.
HT, introduce yourself, sweetie.
So my birth name is Jericho, but my rebirth name is Okaniwe. I was born again when I became a priest in July of this year in the Lukumi diaspora. So
If you don't know what lukumi is, it's a more common term referred to it is santeria, which is not the right term. But yeah, I've been a priest. I'm a baby priest. I've been a priest for 5 months so far. And I'm just trying to get in tune with my spiritual side because I do get a bit distracted with Orisha work. So
Congratulations.
Okay, well, congratulations. Listen, thank you for joining and being a part, and I'm happy to hear that you were reborn. Do your thing.
absolutely, I was crowned Ochun, so that I think that's the biggest blessing you can ever receive.
Most definitely.
Conjure made that place because Conjure made that face because she know Ochun don't play.
No, at all.
I mean, I know a lot of, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a few of them that don't play.
Absolutely.
Listen, y'all.
Um,
Um, First and foremost, it is 2 a.m. where I'm at, and listening to you guys, we can go back and forth for the next 3 freaking hours. I have recorded 4 hours of this conversation, and the last 2 hours I'm gonna have to crop out and put on there specifically and say, y'all on my YouTube, watch this. Listen, so everyone who is here who is watching, if you feel connected to anyone who is in my boxes, I'm never a pick me person. Please go follow these people. I'm a spiritual life coach. We have a young priest here, we have a priestess here. I'm definitely not a pick me person. Whoever you feel led to, reach out to us. Okay? And you can click sign up in my bio to reach out to me. You can message Conjure if you feel you need to reach out to her. Savage, I'm pretty sure his door is open. Please talk to people to get more information because she has information on African spirituality. I have information on many different spiritualities. He's learning African. He might have something. She might have something. You never know. We are all learning. We are
mine
all
is
learning.
just
And we all have knowledge in different aspects of things in life. So y'all part of my new family now. I want y'all to know that. I'm gonna bug y'all in all y'all lives.
I'ma join every time I get the
blessed.
notification.
Come on with it.
I would actually like to have a conversation with you, Savage, one on one, because I've had dreams and visions that I'd actually like interpretations for.
I just want to thank the host for
Yes,
having me
thank
on. It's been an honor and
you.
a pleasure, and this helps more than you know. It helps. There are doors locked here, and the keys that you are using to open, um,
That's right.
you are doing more work than you actually understand, and thank you
Yep.
for that.
Most definitely. You're welcome. You're welcome. Listen, and my objective when I started this, it's because the spirit of the divine told me that there are a group of us out here who are rising the higher consciousness of people and we're not backing down. And when I started this,
Absolutely.
it wasn't just about the fact that I'm an advocate for religious trauma and spiritual abuse people. It wasn't just about that. It's they tend to try to hush us up as we're rising higher consciousness, and
Yep.
I am
Yes.
so sorry. That I apologize, that I if I offended you, I'm sorry, that I do not give a fuck.
Amen.
Purge.
Just to put it
We are
down,
not shutting up because if these other people can choose to continue to not shut up, then who says we have to?
Purge.
I
Yeah.
spent
It's
days
because it
in.
doesn't support the agenda they're pushing. That's the thing. Oop, let me mute myself.
Absolutely.
Listen, we
And
don't
thank you
I
we
guys for
spent
having me. I love each and every one
days,
of you. Thank you
almost.
so much.
Sorry. Understandable. I spent days, almost months, in insane asylums because I opened up to my therapist.
don't do it.
I
Huh?
Don't do
opened
it.
up my psychiatrist.
If
I
you're
was
gonna
I've been
stupid.
if you guys
I've been hospitalized 6 times.
mm-mm,
I believe it.
if you guys
I
are gonna
am
open up to
classified
people,
5150.
if you guys are going to open up to people, you open up to spiritual life coach, you open up to priests, you open up to priest, you open up to those type of people, not even the people in the church, because the people in the church will indoctrinize you, pray over you, and still put you in a mental institution. Okay.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
That's
So
why I
maybe
need
they
to.
did.
I have to get this out. That's why I
Go ahead.
need to speak to someone about an interpretation about my meditation period. I lost friends because they dragged with me. They did not come back the same.
Mm.
If you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about it openly, well, I'm gonna say this. Nope. If you want to message me or Conjure, I believe she will be able to interpret. I do interpretations of dreams as well and visions because
Mm-hmm.
I tend to see things. Even when I'm not sleeping, I will see things. All I have to do is look into the candle, look into the fire, and I will see things. Okay.
I am an
Right.
intuitive clairvoyant.
So,
That's why I need help.
okay. Whoever you feel led to reach out to, I'm not a picking person. We'll both help you if you need help, sweetie.
I'm not good at typing. That's why I have to do voice to voice.
Okay.
No,
In
I understand.
in
If you
California,
feel like you
eight.
Conjure, do you have time if he tells it right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, sweetie.
All right.
And then if you
I
need to,
sat
you can
down.
reach out and you can give me or her your number, whoever you feel led to. I don't care.
I had stones from volcanic. Like I had pumice, I had igneous rock, I had each different layer, and I felt that I could actually reach through and put my hand through and feel the lava underneath, feel the fire, go to the realm of fire, go to a realm of water. And my friend was like, I don't believe it. So he closed his eyes. I closed my eyes. Did not say a thing. We both reached our hands in and we both felt the same thing. And whenever I shifted the rocks, it shifted the realm.
Mm. Well, you know you're a necromancer, right?
What? My father was a necro.
Mhm.
You're
Mhm.
a necromancer.
Mhm.
I didn't like that.
Mhm. See,
I know it's not
So
positive.
you're gonna see things. Let me tell you something. As a necromancer, you're gonna see things, and you're gonna see things beyond the realm because you are walking within the realm of life and death.
Shadow
Makes
Walker.
sense.
Period.
Makes perfect
Mhm.
sense on
Because and she's
everything
she's
I've been through.
very correct because the first thing I was getting ready to say to you is that someone from your lineage had that power,
Yep.
and
You
that
come
is
from a
why
long
you
line.
have that power. That is why
So
you
I
have that
have the
power.
power to shift this realm.
Yes.
And you have to be
That's
very careful.
Stop trying to make sense of nonsense, but it's really sense.
mm-hmm. Like several times my conscience has bled from realm to realm.
Again, because you are a necromancer.
But
And you
not only are you a necromancer, but I'm going to need you to be very careful because you do not
yeah,
know or have the ability to fully make sense now at the moment. Okay, you don't have the ability to fully make sense of things. The spirits notice this and see this, okay? And so they will pull on
yeah.
you and or play with you if you're not careful because they
Loose
know that you do not
Because
fully understand it.
you make yourself very
Open.
open.
and vulnerable.
You have to
Yep.
set boundaries.
Yes.
You have to start making some boundaries because what I'm telling you is they're gonna come for you again
Loose.
very soon, and you know this.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. The VA tried to reach out to me recently.
You have to be very, very careful.
Mhm.
You're not having these spells of dying and coming back for no reason, my love. You have to be very careful. Actually, you need to be living on a ley line because
I
there's a split
I was in California and that's where I had these visions. Since I moved to Texas, I had not having the visions.
and you feel very vulnerable right now.
Yes,
That's
yes I
why.
do.
That's why. You need
All
to be
right.
living on a ley line
I feel that.
because you need a balance. You need a balance. Spirit says you need a balance. If I were you, I would do something like a pumpkin bath. What I'm getting is like a pumpkin bath or whatever. You need to start to disguise yourself because you are so open and
You're
vulnerable.
too open, sweetie.
Yeah, you're like really, really open.
I thought the sage was helping.
No, no,
No!
no, 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 baby, baby.
Oh
So listen, let me tell you something about that sage. Let me tell you
no!
something about this
Okay.
beautiful
Okay,
sage.
and let me
Okay,
explain something
go ahead,
about
go ahead,
sage.
go ahead.
Sage will okay. Not that you can't use sage, but I'm gonna tell you something. Sage will clean out good and bad energy.
It will
Hello.
also
You
intensify.
only want to use sage when it is absolutely necessary.
Yep.
And
When
she's
there's
You're
too
telling
gonna
you
much
have to.
this.
You
congestion,
need to
when there's
burn
too much
something around. You need to
congestion,
burn protective herbs around you. Um, cinnamon. You're
Lavender,
gonna burn
Palo Santo.
clove, lavender, palo
Mm-hmm.
santo. You're
Bay
gonna burn
leaf.
something. Like even bay leaf.
or even rock herbs. The
You know,
I
yeah,
don't know the names of
frankincense
them.
and myrrh. Don't, because sage leaves you absolutely open.
Astaroth.
Sage makes a blank slate. That's what it does.
Not just
Yeah.
that, but sage
Yeah.
also intensifies some things.
Yes, it
And if
will.
you don't come back with an additional herb,
Oh, yeah, like sweet grass or something behind
It.
that.
I don't just
Ooh.
burn sage. It's like sage, bay leaf, and lavender or something like that.
I'm gonna tell
Um.
you now. Completely eliminate the sage. The
Okay, so
sage
I
leaves
need to
you
go
too
I
to.
think you should do
vulnerable.
a bit of research
Sage leaves
on
you
your
way
herbs
too
and stuff
vulnerable.
when how
I would
the
rather you
qualities of these
burn.
herbs.
I would rather you burn juniper. Try juniper. Juniper's good. Dragon's blood.
I love
Yep.
dragon's blood.
dragon's
I
blood.
Dragon's
love
blood.
Hmm.
dragon's blood.
But you
I
don't
am
want to
out of
do.
dragon's blood.
Yeah, you can do monks's wort. Monks's wort is okay, but no, the sage for you, particularly, especially for someone that sees like that. Nah, mm-mm.
It
I
makes sense.
rarely, when I say rarely, I will burn. No, no. I rarely burn sage. Why? Because it is also inducing that I see things like very hard. I
Hmm.
will see things happen, and yeah, no.
And she's very
Can I give a
right. When
disclaimer
when
too?
I burn
Can I?
sage
Can,
directly before my lives, when I'm doing readings for people, I do that on purpose so that I fully tap in. But baby,
Right.
afterwards, I go take a shower. I wash off with patchouli soap and
yep.
dragon's blood soap and certain things because baby, your
Yeah,
energy is
hyssop and
wide
all
open.
kinds of stuff. Yeah,
Hmm.
you're very vulnerable right now, honey. You're
Can I
very
give a disclaimer
vulnerable.
too?
Go ahead.
I wanted to say too. I noticed a lot of people do burn wrong. Like they don't when you burn herbs, right? You want to leave one entrance. You don't want to have multiple windows open and multiple doors open. You want to have one entrance point so that you're pushing
Yes,
things out. You don't want to have multiple things in because they'll just
they'll
come in
fly
another
right
way.
in. Yes. Oh
So
yes.
you want to make sure that you're burning correctly because if not, what was the point of burning?
Right. So just be very careful.
Hmm.
And if you're gonna do something, I again, you wanna do some more peace herbs around you. Seriously, you wanna do more
This
peace
makes
herbs.
this makes perfect sense on why I am so drawn to chaos.
Yeah,
The
So
balance of life and death.
part of
you
your
need to get
family
back on a ley
practice
line.
did part of your family practice any chaos magic?
I don't know. My family line for this earth
Mm-hmm.
is German.
Okay.
I
Like,
get Nordic
and I don't
vibes.
want to
Mm-hmm.
get you bananaed for this, but think SS.
Mm. Mm,
I feel Nordic vibes.
and they did a lot of chaos magic.
Oh yeah, you agree? Yes, I feel a lot of Nordic,
Yeah.
and also
I am drawn to Loki.
and I do. Mm.
Loki's a
Okay,
trickster. I know.
I'm not trying to read you,
Go ahead, boo.
but you have a lot of Nordic vibes, and not for nothing. Some of your people were Titans.
Absolutely.
Some of your people were Titans. You come from a Titan lineage. That's why that chaos magic um is very familiar to you.
Conjure, we not finna be double reading people. I'm done with you today.
But that's what I'm feeling. And spirit is giving me like you have a lot of I'm gonna say this, your people come from old gods.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I am drawn to Cthulhu as an
You have
elder god.
your people come from old gods. Your people come from old gods. Your best bet is to study more of the older gods.
Yeah.
The Eldrick.
You need when you do your study, find your way onto the Internet Archive where you can actually look up the really old books of that
Yes.
heritage and get
Yeah.
those books. And you can even go
Yeah.
on
Nordic.
if you check up Etsy, sometimes there are people on there who have PDF'd a lot of the old books. You can get them for a couple of bucks, and you
And
can grab the
they even give you
PDFs of them.
previews too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They give you previews if you can't afford it right now, or maybe you don't even want to purchase the whole
On
book.
the
They do
Internet
have previews
Archive,
of
yeah.
most of the lecture.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You need to your people come from very old. Very I feel very old.
I mean,
Almost Titan.
my meditation was at the creation and at the destruction. I've watched 12 universes create and destroy themselves.
Yeah, that's
You
definitely what
just
she
tapped
means
in.
by they were very old. Mm-hmm.
You just tapped in. That's all. That's all that is,
That's
and that's
where
okay.
that's whenever I lost my friend in California, whenever I changed the realm. That was the vision download that I had at the ley line.
But your ley line is also the balance. You need to be near a hot spring. I'm gonna tell you now because that's the way that you will replenish. You have to keep elements around you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to
Especially
keep
water.
you need to be like Jack Sparrow in that motherfucker. You need some
He
a
really
jar
needs
of
some water
dirt.
because he's
You
hot.
need
You
yeah,
are correct. I
serious.
am freaking burning up right now.
You
Yep,
have
you're
to
hot.
keep the
You need
elements
some water.
around you. Yeah, you have to keep the elements around you because what you're experiencing right now is basically you're thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
You're thirsty.
Well,
And
if you leave your
what
cup
will a
just
thirsty
open, you'll
person
be
do or a
fine.
hungry person do? They will grab at anything.
I'm done with you.
For real.
I'm done with
Need
you.
to you need to really
I
grab
I
at
followed both of y'all. Welcome to my pool of knowledge.
Listen, listen. I am uh
yes, like some Damascus steel. Yes. I definitely agree, Ace. You need to go old. You need to go like Damascus steel. You need to have a blend of steels around you. You gotta have elements. You have to have elements around you, like
I
hard.
with
You need
you
to have elements
being
around you.
Astra,
I
with
also
you being this open, with you being this open and thirsty, you are almost as open and thirsty as a child. The child who seeks knowledge, who is like,
Yes.
"Ooh, this interests me." Ooh. You have to be extremely careful on your journey of research, extremely careful on your journey of meditation. Don't find yourself astro traveling too much because there
Yep.
is be careful.
I
Yeah.
I do that naturally. I can't stop it.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta set up
You got to
boundaries.
set your boundaries, bruh.
You gotta
Because
set
if
up
not,
boundaries.
you're gonna keep doing
Yep,
the
and they're
same
gonna
thing
keep
over and
pulling on
over
you.
again. It's gonna be they're gonna bring you
Because
through the same
ultimately,
loop.
yes, because ultimately, haha, ultimately, what spirit is telling me, ultimately they're gonna keep you there. You have to be
Exactly.
very, very, very careful.
Yep.
You have to be very careful because
It's kind of interesting. As soon as you said I needed metal around me, I went and grabbed my Damascus throwing blades, and
you
I'm
need to
instantly
keep
calming down.
metals. You need to keep metals. You need to keep a lot of earth energies around you because it'll help you stay grounded.
Grounded.
It'll help
Yep.
you stay
Absolutely.
grounded.
I am
Yes,
wind, water,
because what
wind,
it will
so it makes
do,
sense.
it will try to drive you. It'll drive your rod smart. You understand? You have to keep earth elements around you.
Hmm.
Seriously. Seriously.
I mean, I don't feel normal unless I'm
Get
wearing.
you a horseshoe or something to put over your door. So whenever you exit, enter, whatever, you have that horseshoe, you have that piece of metal. Okay?
I'm wearing my dad's ashes.
Wear them. Keep them because that's a protector of
He's your
yours.
protector.
Yep.
That's
I
a
know.
protector of yours.
Stage 4 cancer is what claimed him.
That is a protector of yours.
I got a question. Do
Yes.
you have multiple bloodlines in you?
What
Who?
was that?
Who?
Like, can you have like multiple bloodlines? Like, you could be like a witch, and you could be like different types of.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
When your
Absolutely.
parents, you come from your parents, and your parents come from their parents, and their parents come from their parents. So you could be a mixture of all of
Yes,
Yeah.
you can. Because, like, okay, so I am Creole, Native American, and African American. However, my ancestors were slaves. And so, with my ancestors being slaves and the Nortons, which is my maiden name, Prince Edward Norton actually owned slaves. And so from all the way back, there is a little bit of Caucasian in there as well because of being owned by slaves. So yes, there is a possibility that you do have multiple bloodlines in you, and it can come from many different things.
Yes. Absolutely.
I wanted to say, it's crazy to me like how my faith and how my spirits has guided me back to the way of my ancestors.
Yes, same here.
So I was raised Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican, but I was raised on my Puerto Rican side. My dad's side, they're African American, quote unquote. I don't like to use that term because we come from somewhere. Um, but my dad's side was African American, and if you don't know Lukumi or even just ATRs in general, they come from Africa, mostly Western Africa. And as a Puerto Rican, I was introduced to Lukumi. But then when I did a DNA test, I'm mostly Nigerian, and Lukumi comes from the Yoruba land. And where's Yoruba
Mm-hmm.
land? Most Yoruba land are Nigerian.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy how spirit brings you back to your roots.
Absolutely.
Y'all listen, listen. Y'all done had me on here 4 hours and 30 minutes. Listen. I love and appreciate every one of y'all, and I can talk all night. I won't. I listen. I will. I won't let y'all go. Y'all won't let me go. I have to get
You
my.
need to make a Discord, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna make one.
Uh,
Make
I
a
have one
Discord,
called
put it
Brother's Grim.
in a link in your bio.
It'll be.
But
I
you need
have
to
a link in my bio to send people to all my social media and to contact me on every which way. My websites to book with me. I have all that in my social media. So I am going to create a Discord tomorrow once I wake and meditate. I'm getting ready to go meditate now. Um, and I will add it to my link in my bio, my pillar. And we gonna start something. We definitely gonna start something because people want to learn, and I'm willing for us to learn together. Now we're not gonna Conjure not gonna say too much because she can't. Yeah, y'all know certain people. It's not that they gatekeeping. It's not that they gatekeeping, but they can't say everything. They can't.
Not only that,
They can't
not only
divulge
that, it's
everything.
important too that
Right.
you can't. There's no the quote "nothing comes free in life" is because you can't transfer energy without receiving something. Something has to replace that. So when you
Knowledge
give
has a cost.
knowledge, there has to be a replacement in return. There has to be some type of payment.
And that's why you
Not
have
to
to be
say you need
careful.
to open your wallets, but I'm saying there needs to be some sort of nourishment to the giver.
Exactly. And
Agree.
that's one reason why, like, some people get mad at me for charging for readings, but yeah, I'm a life coach. You're not going to expend my energy all over this
Exactly.
place and not. I mean,
Hello.
I grab people for free
And
now
not
because I'm
replenish.
loving. I'm caring, but I mean, y'all not gonna use me. Hmm.
Earth.
But
And
yes, listen, we'll build a Discord so we can have these conversations. And let me explain. The person who asked in the comments, the lady's name is Mama Trey. And let me explain something to y'all. Voodoo is a
it's real.
closed practice.
Like Lukumi, yeah.
Voodoo
It's
is
an
a closed
ATR.
practice. And so people who know about voodoo, they're going to tell you the bare minimum because unless you were a part of that, of those,
Unless you are
the
initiated
ancestors who
by an
went through
initiate.
slavery in that, they're not telling you nothing.
Yep. Unless you are initiated by an initiate,
That too.
you will not know what needs to be known.
The
Okay.
Gullah Geechees ain't gonna tell you nothing.
Yep. It's the same with Lukumi. It's an ATR. They are closed practices.
No, hoodoo is open. That's a difference between hoodoo and voodoo. Hoodoo is it's the black culture to
It's
be
word of
practiced.
mouth.
But hoodoo is spirituality. But voodoo, all of the voodoo religions and spiritual belief systems,
It's a
those
close.
are closed practices.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy when people don't acknowledge that
Semi,
too. It's
correct.
crazy.
Yeah.
Listen,
Half
listen.
these people, half the books don't even mention that when the Haitians was the first to um free themselves from slavery, they did a ceremony that night.
Yeah, I learned about that. I'm reading this book right now because I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, and my dad kept me from my heritage. So I learned about the Africans coming here. I learned about what when Christianity did what they did. I learned about the stuff with the Haitians. Like I'm learning deeper and deeper about my heritage and ultimately some of these people who are writing books about hoodoo and voodoo and certain stuff and telling people practices. Um, you really shouldn't be writing books on it.
Yep,
Correct.
Voodoo and hoodoo was something that they passed down orally. They didn't want it on paper.
that's because they want
Because if it get in the wrong hands, somebody can.
they want
Yep.
the fame and the money that comes with this
The
profession.
cosmic fight.
What'd you say, Conjure?
Somebody asked me about cosmic sight. No, don't do that to me. I'm fighting right now
Go ahead, Conjure.
because the spirits are lingering. I'm gonna have to go because I'm fighting getting mounted right now.
You said what?
I'm fighting getting mounted right now, so I gotta go.
I'm sorry.
They trying me.
Listen,
No,
I've been there before. I have been there before, and I will leave when that happens.
I just know.
Bonsoir. You need to go clean yourself.
I'm good. It's just that when they touch me,
Blessed be.
things happen, and I gotta like calm down just a little bit.
I added you as a friend, Conjurer.
Well,
I do
look,
wish to speak with you
I'm
later.
I'm a message you, Conjure. I'm not finna play with you. Listen, y'all, I'm about to close up this live tonight because I know exactly what she talking about. Okay, wait.
Yeah, I'm just I'm feeling the ethers, ethering.
Oh yeah.
Listen, listen.
Oh
When
my.
you tap in, and there ain't nothing wrong with it. Listen, y'all. We gonna get on up off here. We'll set up a Discord. We'll have private conversations.
Y'all have a good night
Y'all have a good
and
night.
Good
rest
night, host. Get
well.
some sleep.
Rest well.
Y'all rest well. It was a pleasure.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.